Trinkies! Hi! How are you? Bites you. You are. Oh my god, you're so early. You're tired. Did you sleep at all? Or are you just getting into bed? No, I'm joking. I bet you are. What does that mean? Asha, I was just talking about you, Ashash. Denji, hi. Yeah. Koga, Mario. Oh, that's so sweet. I hope Koga's doing well. I feel like I suck at partying. The clock strikes past midnight and I'm like, I want to get comfy and play games now. Yeah, I was just talking to you about Attic or whatever, or talking about you. Mage Kai, hi. Thank you for the lurk. What was that? Zanato, what happened? Is this one of those, like, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? Okay, I posted there. Kind of, but no, that's faster. I got there. Okay, I think who's doing things? I don't know what that means, Trinkies. I don't know what you're like when you party. God, I wish. 66 with stripe.
Love you all.
I'm taking all 4 of my paws, like my hand paws, and my fucking feet paws, and just squamps on your face. Chaos, how you doing? 66 months. Holy shit, that's so much. Thank you. I'm waking up. Trinket, I love you. If you're partying, girl, make sure you get some water. Hydrate yourself. After dehydrating yourself eats you. I'm scared. No, I'm uninstalling Discord right now. I'm joking. Oh, eats you, vores you. Do the Hope need some ice water? I got some water already beside me. But it's not ice. It's not ice. If that's okay.
Lizard.
Ice water. Somebody told me, and it's probably true. Somebody told me cold water wakes up your fucking insides, and it's actually pretty good to drink. It's actually good to drink water to make him. So does a good what it? Oh my god! Everyone in the cold shower. How is you? I mean, in the way of being poured on you. Oh no, kill me. Hi, Chinkies. Thank you for the lurk, little peepee. Snuggy. It would wake me up.
Lizard.
I'd fucking hate it though. I'd hate it. Okay, I did that. Oh my god. Am I set up? Do I have everything? Hi Alice! Isa, welcome on in! Oh my god, get your game on, dude. Okay. And then I went here. I'm live on Blue Sky. Okay, I think I did it. Lizard, I'm so tired. Make me sleepy. Jackie! Holy shit, I missed you! Roast beef dinner with Fluffy. Oh my god, what? Kelpie! I want a roast beef dinner. With Fluffy Yorkies, like buppies? You can rest on my... Yeah, is this the stream? Jackie, are you alive? There we go. I'm here. Oh, Yorkshire pudding. Fuck. Oh, ew. Hold on. Let me move this. Shit. Oh my god, Kelpie. I could eat 20 Yorkshire puddings. Oh my god. Yes, Aaron. Eat more. I think I am, so I guess I am. I'm hungo too. No, Paigey, don't worry, Boob. I almost called you Boob for a second. You know what? You can be Boob. I'm a shark, Boob. Yes, you are. Is it work? Like, what's got you busy, Jackie?
I'm not gonna stop stuffing my face with cold.
Hell yeah, Aaron. Nothing's like bad per se. Like, I'm not mad or anything, Jackie. I'm just curious. Like, are you hanging in there? I heard. What the fuck is Opie? Boobs. What is Opie? Dude, Kelpie, I want Yorkshire pudding so bad. Maybe I'll make some. I'll get Andy's mom to send me her recipe, and then I'll make some Yorkshire puddings. Foodholio. Short chart. Have you had Yorkshire pudding mead? It's so good. Speaking of food mead, we've been fucking slacking. I want to change the music. We've been slacking on Scrandle. So I need a reminder of doing Scramble. I'm gonna make Opie. I'm not gonna make Opie. I'm gonna make Yorkshire pudding. Yo, good luck, Axe. Big love to you. Good. I hope it goes well. Pose, welcome on in. Paigey, good morning. It's good to see everyone. I'm gonna make some quesadillas. Who's adding a sit on my face? Sorry, I looked up my Discord and somebody spelled sit on my face. Oh, pie, cream pie. Okay, saucy thoughts gone. Too tired to be like that. Oh my god. It's about food. It's about food. Before scrambling my mage Kai, I usually do a little bit at the end, but I've been slacking on my scrambled game. You're safe for now. We'll wait till you get hungry, then we'll scramble. No, we don't want an pie, cream pie pose or pagey or whatever. I want a damn Yorkshire pudding. I want fucking banana cream pie. Guys, I'm gonna start a new game today. Is that okay? Mead, it's so good to see you. I missed you. How are you doing? Are you hanging in there? I love you lots. I'll banana your cream pie. Show me the banana emotes. I'm joking. I don't know if you still have them, but if you do, W taste. I want to try. Okay, Andy imported. What's the shit you put on toast? Marmite? I kind of want to try it. I'm not British at all. He's my British. That's my British roommate. I'm like, do it, eat it. Eat it. It's interesting for sure, but Scrandle kills me 7 times out of 10. That's so funny. Fridays are crazy because Fridays is always like a themed day, but the theme could be really cool or really like, oh my god, what is this? What's up, Soul? Talk to me about your morning. Boo. Inedible? Oh my, wait, I think I remember that. I have to try it, Kelpie. One of my friends used his free phone call from jail to make fun of my decision making. Wait, I need to. That's so funny. Wait. Okay, hold on. Her sister was a rich, right? Leon, welcome on in, lovey. Okay, wait. You have a friend who went to jail. So this friend obviously knows your number. Made a collect call. Oh, no, sorry. A free call. To make fun of you? Did he ask for any help or anything? Or did he just like... What the hell? I'm not changing, bro. Soul, at this point, you should just say who's in jail. That's your comeback. What? Yes, for Al. That's so weird. Just eat rock salt, rotten collard greens, and you'll have a rough approximate. Will I, mage? Oh my god, that's so funny. Pot calling the kettle black. Pose, right? What? That's so weird. Yeah, exactly. In all things considered, Soul, I think you're doing a slight, like, compared to him, I think you're doing better, bro. I think you're the one who stayed out of trouble. What? Oh, wait, you get to watch anime and free food? I'd be scared. You know what? I am actually curious what current prison life is like. Not that I'm going to prison or want to go to prison, but there's a part of me that just wants to know what's the life. Do people keep to themselves? Is it like Orange is the New Black? Salty veggie mush? That tastes like my No, I'm joking. Hi, Flotion. I need to see this. I have to understand what Toby wants to keep. So when he does with an old... What is this? What'd you send me? Oh, maybe. It depends. Do it, Aaron! According to my mother, it depends on the location. You spread caviar? Apparently in Wisconsin you do. I've got some buddies in Wisconsin. You know which character? It's Temmie and a fucking other dog thing. Yeah, sorry. I was watching whatever Flotion sent me. Tyler, I hope you had a beautiful stream last night. Get all comfy. I watched you stream for a little bit. I had you up. I was playing. Oh my god, guys. Fortnite has new Star Wars modes. And if you know me, y'all know I'm a Star Wars person. They have they have different modes and they're all pretty cool. I wish the Darth Vader one was a little better, one where you have to escape from Darth Vader, but they have a droid shop one. I'm absolutely fucking addicted to the droid shop, like management sim or whatever. It's crazy in there. That tastes like your anything your PhD gets your yeast and shit. Mate. Get some yeast. What are you typing, Sonato? I also got my yo, yes. Wait, I don't even know why. Hi, Dia, how are you? My thumbs are stupid. Is Temmie doing work for Toby? And Temmie animated the way Toby is showing him what character he wants to battle. Oh. This is Caviar, so it's 3-peak again? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, it's good to see everyone. Yeah, W Tyler, W Ty streams. We love her. Like how Swedish fish aren't fish, but they're good. They're good. Guys, can you teach me? Can you teach me how to 2-factor authenticate my email? Is that just in like the profile settings and shit like that? Vader to swear back. No, that's not the mode. He doesn't talk to this one. He breathes and tries to find you. Zavi, welcome back. You'd have to set. My brain says yeast ball for my brain. Oh my god. I'm in Beavis and Butthead. It's in manage Google. Hope, are you okay? I think I am. Am I okay? Security and sign in. Oh, 2-step. Okay, I see it now. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh shit, I haven't taken my meds. Thank you so much. Yeah, get some good sleep, Tyler. Lots of love, sweetie. I am the great Cornholio. I need TP for my bungle. That's such like, that show is hard to watch sober. Texas 2-steps. I've just been noticing people are telling other people to make sure their emails are 2-factor authenticated. Plus, the staff of Ferality want us to like guys, I have a business email now. Like, not like my stream business email, but a Ferality business email. What is this? What did you send me? MFA? What is MFA? No, I didn't know how to set it up.
Every other place sucks too.
Stop. This is so good. This is so good.
This place sucks. We should go somewhere else. Every other place sucks too. Yeah, that's true, yeah. This place sucks. We should go somewhere else.
I love it. This place sucks. Dude, guys, let me tell you how to use Blue Sky. They're not wrong. They need to stop vibe coding Blue Sky. They do need to stop vibe. I need them to stop Blue Sky. I'm learning. However, my friends, in order to use Blue, because a lot of people come onto Blue Sky, right? A lot of people, here's your lesson in social media lesson. Everybody sit down, grab pencils, grab your notebooks, grab your what, stop dying in the class. Nobody's dying. The thing about Blue Sky, sit down. Wait, let me sit down and be quiet. They should upgrade that. They should. Blue Sky is a place I can see. Jesus, I'm not dying. This is so. You guys, because I see a lot of people come into Blue Sky and they post something and they're like, okay, that didn't really get likes. Like maybe a couple of my friends liked my posts, or they're like, or they post for about a week their content, and they're like, I'm not taking off. There's no, like, something's wrong with this platform. I'm not taking off. I'm doing worse than Twitter, which is saying something, because surprisingly, you should be actually doing better on Blue Sky. Unless you're paying for Twitter. Bites you, Kelpie. Now here, that's the thing. There's the difference with Blue Sky. There's actual people on Blue Sky. And there's not really, I put really in quotation marks, there's not really an algorithm to push you out. You actually have to push yourself out. If you want traction on Blue Sky, there are a couple things you need to do. Number one, you need to actually interact with other people. You need to go to other people's posts and interact with them. Not self-promoting or anything, but all you need to do is like their post, comment something. Like if they made a cool video, go like, hey, I really like this video. This is actually pretty cool. You do that on other people's posts, you start appearing on people's timeline. Number two, hashtags. Hashtags are W. Number three, repost other people's shit. Other people's shit will repost yours. You'll get a following. Boom, it's easy. That's it. That's all that is. Blue Sky is like a real person. You're interacting with real people and stuff like that. You gotta work. Yeah, exactly. You cannot pray for the algorithm, Blue Sky. You gotta work. You gotta put work. Right, exactly. Blue Guy and Furry Smut. This is true, Okies. This is true. Yeah, for real. You can't do, but that's true, Kelpie. So that's all you need to do is actually interact with people. Don't go on Blue Sky just posting your videos. Like, oh, I made a video. Check this out. Oh, I made like a TikTok. Check this out. Actually post shit. I post other shit too. Don't just post your going live messages. Post what you're doing. Post something cool that you see or something, and then like interact with other people. Reply to people who reply to your posts. It helps. It helps. Maris, thank you. How it used to be, Lixie. If you tag your shit properly. Oh my god, Aaron. Hi, Tridwin. How are you? Maris, you're so sweet. Thank you. Anyways, that's your lesson of the day. Everybody can stand up and do what they want now. Stand up on this chair. Shit on this, whatever that meme is. True mage. I'm actually trying to get better at alt texting. Bless me. Let's go off the chat leash then. Yes, off the chat. Gassy? Wait, I accidentally burped. Did that come out? I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, or did somebody do a fart? I'm sorry if you guys heard that burp. I kind of like, you know when you swallow like a hot coffee that kind of like lingers in your stomach for a little bit? Now she'll learn alt tab. Wow, Kylick. Yes, Zenny. That was the Kelpie. Grabs you easy. It's okay. Burping is polite. Is it actually in Japan? Are they? How come I see nice stuff over in China? I want to visit China while Canada still has like a deal with we if you're Canadian, you don't need a what do they call it? A visa anymore. You just need your passport. Oh, interesting, Marky. I knew about the slurping thing. Rain, hi. I saw you last night, I think, at Sheeb's VR thing. You look so sweet. Rage, my game is making me... What game are you playing, Zanata? All right, I think... Also, don't... Yeah, true. Thank you. FF14. Oh my god. Final Fantasy 14. All right. What? As few probably know already from me, I lost roughly 55 pounds W since last summer. Many people want to join in or also think about doing it themselves as they were inspired, which is wonderful. But you don't have to do insane things like this. There are plenty of ways to motivate and surround, and perhaps someday you could be that. Yeah. Oh my god, you lost 55 pounds since last summer. W. Good for you though. Guild Wars 2 time 1 pill down, 5 more to... Pose, what is that emote? Oh, are they buying up my real estate? I didn't know that. I don't know. I just read in the news that I could like just visit China and kick it over there. I don't think I can smoke weed over there though. Zavi, what is that emote? Cujo, hi. Does have enough players instead? Leave that server. Leave that server or invite your friends. Mead. Mead, what is that emote? Pose. Why do they look so silly? Classic Ace. Yeah. I love Vixie. Oh, where's Vixie right now? I miss her. She's streaming. Are you high? No. Hi, how are you? I'm too shy to say hi, but I love her. How do you not know those, Hope? Dr. Flotion, what is that sentence? Asian food, I had duck with ginger. Yo, what? Oh my god, gyoza is so freaking good, dude. I love gyoza. Okay, guys, I want to start a new game today. That's okay. I love you, Attic. Good luck today. I hope everything goes okay today. Ginger sounds good. I'm not high. I'm not high. This is just me. We love Attic. Follow Attic. All right, guys. I'm going to be playing a new game today. Hi, how are ya? It's called W Shoutouts. Love you guys. Love wins. What is... 7 TV, yeah. Glorp slam. Glorp slam. I mean, it's all right. What else do I have? Oh my god, I have so many crazy stuff. Guys, we need more 7 TV emotes. Like, Peepo shy, but Peepo has to feed his family. That's right, yes. No, it's not that, you know, it's funny. What? Five emotes, 5 for myself. Do it. I don't know why the things makes me laugh all the time. Okay, no. We're playing. If anybody has ever played Death Stranding, they made a second game, guys. and they finally released it to PC. And thanks to Socks the Wolf, I now am able to play it. Stop. What's it called? It's called Death Stranding 2. Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you for the headpads. Really? I wonder if I could get a free code for you. I don't know how. No, I don't think I can. What? Whoa, I just heard news, but I don't know if I... Same in Sweden. What the hell, 100 buckaroos? It's insane. The game you're just... Yeah, you're just to do what? Yeah, we get ultra tax fucked on it. Really? No, I've just read something, but I don't know... Oh, I need to look into it. Hope to it. I don't know if I could like. I don't know. I don't have to do. Or I think I can just say it. I think I can just say it. I just don't like getting too into it on stream. I don't like getting too into the stream, but. I haven't researched it, so if you guys want to research it, go and do it. Say my name. Say my name. Do y'all know the fucking the Fox in Space, or a Fox in Space? It was like an animation done or something. If you don't know, that's okay or whatever. Bro, apparently the creator is like, whoa, wait. Apparently the creator is like kind of like Ickies. Yeah. Apparently the guy. Oh, there's ads. I never actually watched any of the animations. Apparently the guy is against like LGBTQ stuff. Like he has an opposition to same-sex marriage and shit like that. And like, it goes deeper. I'll open up with that. It goes deeper. Sorry, I was just like setting up all my shit, and my blue sky timeline refreshed, and I saw people like talking about it. Kelpie, I love you. Are you out of ads? Chrono, hi. That's okay if you never heard of it. W. Okay. No, Silent. You gotta be kind to yourself and other people. It's okay. You could have faith. I believe in you. If I could do it, you could do it. Or something like that. Yeah. What does that mean? Pose. What does K mean? Six, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7. K. Why are we K'ing me? Guys, what? What happened? Guys, I think you're upset with me when you type that. Like when Pose types K, I feel like Pose, you're not mad at me, are you? Oh. Ah. No? Okay, potassium? Oh my god. No one else matters. Yay! 7 stream streak, let's go! Guys, if you want a life-changing movie, watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. Okay, guys, what was I doing? The purity spiral? What does that mean? Purity spiral. A positive form of group think in which was a good complete demonstration extreme commitment to it. I used to exist from a group think. What does that mean? Sending me $40 was the last thing. Your penis and you don't want to have kids? Oh. I don't think I understand what it means. I love trippy movies. Send me your movies or games that will make me go like, what the fuck? I don't think I understand what that means. I'm assuming it's a good thing. I'm assuming it's an I'm assuming because post is nice. I'm assuming it's a good thing. Listen, all I do is smoke weed and press the no worries. I just smoke weed and press the go live button and I live my life. Bye, Noel. I love you. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Kwangchu, thank you for checking in. Okay, I wanna boot up the game, guys. I wanna boot up the game because oh my god, I should have booted it up earlier. Because you know fully well we're gonna have to it's gonna do its typical loading thing. Colonel Wolf, I miss you. Wait, I like that though, Xylan. I like that. I like that though. It's a funny thing to laugh about. To me, at least. I think it's funny and makes you smile. You just saw me on yesterday? Eats you, Kwang. I know, but I still miss you, Chrono. That is true, I think. I don't know. I just wanted to bring awareness. You can look at it yourself. I haven't looked at it much. I'm just here to play the damn game. Hope you gotta stop eating chatters. Pepple, I'm sorry. I don't want people getting mad. We're literally all on the same side. We're literally all fucking gay and shit. And yo, I was keeping up with Fox and the Fedora's Blue Sky. If you were following Fox Fedora's shit, geez, I hope my oh, because I'm playing the silly game. I'm playing haha. You returned Andy to me, Fox. He's in One Piece and everything. Thank you. You're welcome. Dude, did you have a good time? How was it? What? So me being no, it's a joke, Kelpie. I joke about the whole gay stuff. It's just a funny thing. It's just a funny thing. You could be straight. Straight is valid. W straight people, genuinely. I just tease. I just like to tease a little bit. I just like having fun. It was a good time except for getting sick. Did you get sick? Did everyone get? Oh my god, if you sent Andy home with a sickness, I'm gonna be so upset. I'm gonna be so upset. Because I cannot get sick. This, access to trophies? I don't not now. I don't care about it. I just want to play the game. I just want to play the damn game. Hopefully he didn't catch it. Yo, so what did you win? Tell us about the rewards you won. You got, so Serena won Best Artist for the audio drama shit, right? Oh, I'm already immune. True Mead. It's also fun to joke about too, Mead. That was Baltimore? What's in Baltimore? What do you mean? I'm not on Far Far West. Guys, I'm on Death Stranding 2, right? Wolfen, what game does it say for you? W. Yeah, Wolfen has Death Stranding 2. Y'all cute say, yeah. No hating on each other allowed. Silent, don't hate on people. We're all friends here. Mead, you either. Oh, Mead, I think you love everybody here. Death Stranding 2, can we hate on? No! No hate, only love in here. Peace and love. Another Webfest was in Baltimore a few weeks ago. We won a wizard. Oh, okay. I don't want to. No hating on themselves. What did you go to and do? Chrono, no hate, Chrono. What did you do, Fox? What did you win at the LA Awards, guys? I don't know if you know, but my buddy Fox in the Fedora.
Lizard.
My buddy Fox in the Fedora does like an audio drama. You could listen to it on Spotify, right? Where's the best place we could listen to it though, Fox? Where's the best place we could go to listen to it? Because I listen to it sometimes in bed on my Spotify, but if there's a better place to go, let me know. And we won Best Dramedy for an audio drama of 2026. Damn. So that means you beat everybody else? That's so many, Zavi. You beat everybody else? Hell yeah, dude. In that category, yes. That's usually what best means. Hell yeah. Dude, that's my boy. That's why Fox in the Fedora is the GOAT. The GOAT. You're okay as I live. Dude, W Fox. Wait, but Fox, talk to us. Where's the best place? Or YouTube or wherever? Oh, okay, W Fox, thank you. If you're a true fan, you listen to Fox's podcast thingy.
Hope Point.
You listen to you listen to all of the places. Yo, Kalani, 12 months? 12 months, that's almost a year. W Kalani, everybody. Thank you so much for that resub. Guys, I appreciate you. Also, because you made it this far, Kalani. Moo! Hey, my hot dog got Barkus. Okay, I will. That is a year. It does. Ooh. I can't wait till Fox in the Fedora gets Iron Mouse in his pod. I will a special Iron Mouse episode. All right, guys, we're gonna watch the catch up. Oh, what was that? I'm not a cow. I swear. Hey, and if you're looking to voice act, reach out to Fox. He could Fox, you should do a fucking sorry for swearing. You should consider doing like a I don't know how. When and if you have the time. I know you're busy. No, wait, Fox, you're not allowed to swear. I've never heard you swear before, so you're not allowed to swear. Keep my pure ears clean. You should because you're like an award-winning producer and shit like that. You should consider making like a how to make your own like dramedy or some shit, or how to get into voice acting, or how to, I don't know, just like a small like little like tip thing. I think a lot of people would look up to you. Fox of the motherfucking I maybe I don't know, or something like that, or just like little small tips. It doesn't even have to be formal. You could just like throw on the camera, throw it onto like a YouTube short or something. Here's one way, or here's a couple of things producers look for when, I don't know, just, you should, oh my god, charge that shit. Guys, let's watch the Death Stranding recap. Chrono, I love you, good luck. I'm here for you.
Perhaps you remember me.
Oh my god.
It's Dead Man. The world, as you know, is
Fox the first Stream Fighter's pin. No way, Chrono, do you?
Stranding.
That is true. W Fox mindset. I still never played this game. Oh, I'll see you later, Trickies. I'll miss you, and I'm thinking about you. We remember Dead Man. Dead Man was a doctor.
The dead started to find their way into our midst.
Yes.
Crossing over from the other side. We call these entities BTs. Beached things. When they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation.
Thank you for the work.
Leaving nothing but a massive crater in its wake.
Right. It would come and yeah.
But that was only the beginning. Strange rain.
You're covering the text? What do you mean? How small do you need me to? Okay, I'll be small. I was just trying to hit the VTuber meta. Is this better?
The world transformed into something.
A BT? No, they're beach things. This is like where the world came to a collapse.
Those who survived these changes came to fear both Timefall and BTs alike. They withdrew into the remaining cities, which in turn closed their doors to outsiders. People ceased to travel and stopped meeting in person. They grew distant from one another and became further isolated.
Yeah, so remember in this game,
cultural, and political bonds,
if the rain touches a living thing, you age. Like it fast forwards the time.
The Death Stranding was hastening humanity.
Oh, you're so close, Silent.
Seeing this, Bridget Strand, the last president of the United
Been away
States
from month to mind. Yeah.
founded Bridges.
I remember because you were changing a little bit of your meds. I hope they're going okay.
Providing a future for all humankind.
Oh, Kelpie, you'll get there, I believe. The last president of the United States of America founded Bridges. Yeah.
However,
And then we met Sam
it broke down before
Bridge.
she could realize this ambition. It was you, Sam, who took up her cause and resolved to see it through. Sam, the humble porter, who also possessed the unique powers of a repatriate.
Yeah.
One and only person who could save humanity. So with Bridges' Cupid in hand, and accompanied by the bridge baby Lou, you embarked on a...
I forgot what repatriates could come back from the dead.
Of course, you had struggles of your own.
Because they could
Often
end up in the
claustrophobic,
beach.
or the fear of being touched. The despair of having lost everything was just too much. But despite it
That
all,
guy who got blown up in Blade 2.
by extending the chiral network across the length and
And then we
breadth of the
connected
continent,
everybody.
would enable the rebirth of the United States as the United Cities of America.
Right.
You were also to rescue Bridget's daughter, Amelie, who had been taken captive by terrorists. These were the vital missions you were entrusted with, Sam. We, your friends at Bridges, did everything we could to support your efforts. There was our director, Di Hardman, a close associate of Bridget, who was dedicated to fulfilling...
Me, thank you for the hand pats. They make me feel
His
good.
commitment to American Reconstructionism was absolute, and for that he was named the first...
Right. So he took over.
And of course, Sam, the incomparable Dead Man, Yours truly.
Yeah, the doctor.
I'd like to
He's the
think
cool
we've been the
guy.
best of
He took a
friends.
naked shower
As
with
you may
us.
recall, I was born from an artificial womb.
Right.
And over the course of my life, was the recipient of numerous organ transplants. I've always got on with the dead. I used to be a coroner. Anyway, I pushed myself.
Hold on, I really
physically
thought this
and
game was
mentally
just
to
no.
what
This
human being
there is a deeper ass story to like everything. This whole thing with like who you are and how you're trying to save the world. And then there was Lou, but repatriates aren't supposed to use. So, they use. How do you call it? They use they take out a baby out of its mother before it's before the mother is born, or sorry, not the mother, the child is born. So it's still like a fetus or whatever, and they put it in that little machine device. Do you see? Is my head covering it? My head, that orange thing there. They extract unborn babies from their mother and put them in that orange machine thing, and then that's how they use that to be able to see the BTs, like the dead who are able to cross over from the beach, and because they need to see them, because the naked eye can't see BTs, the naked eye can't see them, so they could end up dying and stuff like that. But by the time a child realizes that that's not their mother's womb anymore, it starts having like its stress levels go up and shit like that. And this is really fucking sad, but they have to waste it essentially.
Mama
Like,
and Lochna were twin sisters.
if I remember, they have to get rid of the baby because they can't like properly born it.
Developed the Cupid, which was essential for Chiron
Which is, like,
expansion.
It's deep.
Personal tragedy caused the
These
two
two ladies, they developed,
since
yeah.
reconciled, with both their souls residing in the same body.
Yeah, these were twin sisters who had like, they were able to see the dead because their soul was like half and half in each other. And, yeah, it's complicated. It's a Kojima game, right? They developed the USBs that we would walk and plug people into the network, which allowed people to use each other's resources and stuff like that.
Heartland. Every 21 minutes, his soul departs his physical form. And for 3
Wait,
minutes,
I miss
his
this
body
guy. This guy
clings
is
to death.
sad.
During this temporary death, his soul is sent to the beach. That's why he
So
knows
this
more about
guy-
the beach and the Death Stranding than anyone else.
Right.
His knowledge proved indispensable in the execution of your
Adios,
mission.
writing can alternate between two modes: overly abstracted, convoluted, ridiculous, but or he's still one of the most distinctive. Right. So Hartman, I think this is the Flotion. Thank you for the lurk. Dr. Hartman is somebody who he lost his wife, I believe, if I remember. And he created a device that would basically kill him, stop his heart, and then reset his heart, because he was brokenhearted. So he was looking for his dead wife on the beach. But as he was doing that, he was mapping out the beach. The beach is basically, consider that like an it's like the same universe, but it's like, it's like the crossing path. It's like where souls go to before they die. Like a kind of purgatory kind of thing. And he's been mapping out the beach and looking for his wife.
Fragile.
Fragile's the best character in the game. That's all you need to know about Fragile.
Exposure to
Dude,
time
right?
caused their entire body
I
to
hope
break
they
down.
remake it, because wasn't there news, Silent, that he was
Higgs, a former
that he was making a Silent Hill-esque game? Ram, thank you so much for the follow.
To no surprise, Fragile was hell-bent on getting revenge. But after meeting you, Sam, she had a change of heart.
Yeah, she was. She got betrayed by like the main antagonist and the other thing, and she was forced to be like a bomb basically for people, for like a city, so nobody trusted Fragile but except for us.
As your friends, we would stop at nothing to see you succeed. But ultimately, crossing the continent...
Yeah, we did the one with Lou.
With only Lou for company.
With Del Toro? Del Taco? I want tacos now.
Deadly BTs, unforgiving terrain.
Right. We went through all the terrain. Fuck this dude.
Your greatest enemy was Higgs.
Higgs could eat all of my asshole.
Deserved to go extinct. He kidnapped Amelie and tried to torment you and countless others. But neither he nor anything else could stop you from achieving.
Yeah, this guy. So there's a, what do you call it? There's a calamity that happens basically.
Was finally completed.
The
bridge to the future.
And Amelie was the key.
Was not yet over. You had to learn the real nature of the Death Stranding. A secret that Amelie had kept hidden from us all this time. And a terrible truth.
So Amelie was basically
this final revelation, Sam. And did
what was it called? I forget the name of it. But Amelie was something of a different type of BT that was basically someone who would welcome in the calamity. And I can't remember if it's been stopped before, or if I think it happened like thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and they were trying to figure out a way. But basically, she would welcome in the calamity of a giant explosion and kill everybody. She's not necessarily a nutcase. She knew what she was. Higgs is the nutcase. Higgs, the guy with the eyeliner and stuff like that, he wanted to use her. Oh my god, I love her though, Drenwin. I love her. Static, hi Lovey, how are you? It's good to see you. Oh, stop it. I want Yorkies.
America rose from ashes as the UCA. And as the people celebrated your accomplishments, you carried out one final mission in secret. To save your BB.
Yeah.
To save Lou. You removed the child from the pod that was their prison and began a new life together.
So normally BB, aka Lou,
so much as a trace,
would be killed. Normally, because BB was getting old enough to basically, it was that time to basically trash the baby. Because it couldn't serve its purpose anymore. But us, Sam, we cared so much for Lou. I think there was a big secret deep. I have to remember what it was, but like, we were there for Lou in a way. But we were supposed to take it, and like, but we found a way to actually take a baby out of the fake womb and for it to not like die. And we went off the record. We disappeared from the UCA or whatever, or America, sorry, I should say, like the new America. We disappeared so that there'd be no trace of me or Lou. Like, people would think I have taken Lou, and sadly you have to burn them, right? Or else if the BTs, like, if you die in this world and a BT touches you, you explode. You literally like cause the crater, and it's crazy. Anyways. But we escaped with Lou, and that's where this story comes in. Is Sam is on his own now, doing his own thing, taking care of his child now. Normal. What the? To the Wilder? Every ounce of ingenuity you could muster, although there's no turning back once you embark. Genuine gratitude. What is this? Can I have the difficulty adjusted later? That's an insane fucking like. He's directed two of my favorite movies, Pan's Labyrinth. Shit, I haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth in forever. I do want to see Shape of Water. Let's do normal, because I don't know. Oh, yo, that's me. Need the path and light research also so that I can determine a person's experience of dooms. Their birthday, we'll see what future has in store. My birthday is February 26th. Yes. Whilst dooms can afflict anyone, almost born with great connection to the beach, including those born under constellations with a great connection to the beach. Pisces, that's me, are said to be more susceptible to developing the condition. Dooms are people who are fragile. The main girl has dooms. She's able to like access the and come out fine. Out of turmoil. Oh, GG's. So like, if you had dooms, you could basically like see the beach and stuff like that. Hi, Kathy. I'm Taurus. Rar. Kojima. Kathy, I have dooms. Kathy, I have dooms. A bang that echoed around that phenomenon known as the Death Stranding. Death Stranding, yeah, that's the beach things. Lost spirits of the dead found their way into our mist, so they came into contact with the living. The result was instant annihilation of void out. Doom? I cast Doom. Doom? 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 Yes, Jackie. How can I help you, Jackie? The North Sense BD people lived in fear of them withdrawing from the outside world. Yeah, they like hid and shit like that. I made pierogies instead. How were they? Were they W? I don't know. We'll have to figure out what birthday. I wonder if we can look this up. With a bridge baby called Lou, who possessed a special connection to the other side. Right. Chewing on them now? Does it taste good or? We have to check our droid factories out, Kathy. Zephyr, yeah, I'm coming to your house. I'm waiting on you. Whoa. I'll have to adjust the volume, but those are all BTs. 11 months later. 11. Efficient offline gathering is. Me too.
Me? I've always loved porters.
That sounds like Fragile.
Freezing rain and biting wind. Across rivers, mountains, and endless deserts. They come to deliver something priceless. A glimpse of a life I've never known.
Bow bow.
They're my
Bow. Bow. I love you.
They'll be back again today.
Minus 61. Have I ever reached
W music.
someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now the crazy systems turn into traps and the fear is switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? Minus 61. Now the
Bow Wolfen. Why all the lickies? Oh my god, the super lickies. Bow. Licky, licky, lickies. Wolfen, how are you, lovey?
circles and token numbers. I never
I don't know. I don't remember if I said hi to you.
the way they think of life.
Wilo, because you're very sweet and nice.
Gamble and watch the
You come across genuine.
where is it that I
Licky dis. Ah, la, la. No. Mental health visit? Is it, wait, what is that? Is it like a checkup on things? Yeah, and you're nice though. Whoa, this game's so pretty. Dude, I look like a helldiver.
Minus 61. Now the wind cuts the leaves like
That's our boy Sam.
out of sight. I see the world they build to lose.
And that's Lou.
What is left and what is right. I made the worst mistake one can make, pretending and playing blind. What is it I'm trying to find?
Okay, time to head home.
Whoa,
Sorry, kid.
bro. It just started walking for me, guys. It just started walking for me. I almost shit myself. I'm like, he's actually gonna walk off the fucking cliff. Yeah, hold on. I just don't want any like loud explosions. Like, we'll do 90s. And you almost squished the baby, right? Indicate my stamina and blood levels. Blood levels are my health, yeah. Is that home? That's home, guys. Grip for balance? Yes, I remember the controls now. It was so fun when you had the robot legs and could just fucking like sprint miles. How's the volume? Does it need to be like, does the volume need to be like a little quieter, or is it okay? Oh yeah, tap L1 for a safe route. I want to walk on the blue as always. Aerial cam? No way they put an aerial cam in this. Holy. I'm actively shitting myself, guys. I'm scared I'm gonna fall. No way they put a fucking... Sorry, I'm shitting myself. Ooh, that's like a BT location, I think.
Head home before it can start.
Where's home? Bro, it's so... Potential gatequake? Why did I walk this far away from home?
Feel that? Pretty damn shaky. There we go.
Do a flip on the... Oh my god. What's up, Lou? Oh, my baby.
Okay, you're all right.
I second this. No, wow, stinky baby. No, I love Lou is our world. We love Lou. And look at Sam's smile.
Let's go home and get
Guys, I want kids now. The timing on the emo is perfect. We gotta get home, Lou. Let's bet. What does that mean? Where's home? Chiral crystals. There's a ladder there. It looks like that area is unsafe. Nanako? Who's Nanako? Oh, you know what? I never played the Persona games. Are they good? Do I gotta start from Persona 1? Or should I just play like Persona 5 Royale? I don't want to have kids. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like I have mother instinct sometime, and I'm like, I think it'd be dope to take care of like some kids and leave like a legacy for them to live on and stuff like that. Oh, this is blood. This is blood. These things are like gross, but they like. But 5 is pretty good. 5 from what? Kids? 5 kids? 4 is getting. Okay. 4 is currently getting a reboot. Did 1 ever get a reboot? This is the weapons and tools selected category. Oh, I see. I see how it works. Okay. I don't know. That was it. Oh shit! Really? Wasn't how to have kids tutorial? I own it actually. Surprisingly enough, I like. Okay, maybe I lied. I touched it for like an hour. I didn't get too far into it. What do you call a soldier with no legs? Arm E. Oh my god, Pool of the Dead. Well, aren't you a silly Billy? Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Where am I going? Bro, home is like an hour away. I too touched it for an hour. I swear to God. Alex, hi, how are you? So once you get into the story, okay. Hey, fair Mega. Hi, Mega, how are you?
Great. Rain. Gotta move.
Oh yeah. Fucking Timefall. Oh my god, it's getting bad. Mega, I miss you. I'm happy to see you. On May the 4th, be with you. I don't think I will personally. I don't think I don't know. Oh, maybe. You know what though? The Steam controller. Yeah, that's what I'm using a PS5 controller right now. Oh, my home's down there. Relax, Sam. Get your shit together. Valviliant pay. It better be real. I'm actually saving money for the Steam frame. I want facial. I want facial movement, free camera movement. I want the pulsar fucking VR attachments that make you move like free. Really? Not the Steam Cube. I want the Steam frame. Oh, is it? What is it called? It's the pulse. It's the. What are the new trackers, Wolfen, that are coming out? God, I wish Steam was real. Same. There's new trackers coming out, Wolfen, that everybody is like gooning to. Flux Pose. If anyone has like an in with the devs, I want them. I want to reach out to. I don't know what to. Flux Pose. Oh my God, they have a Beast guy. Wait, is their shop? Is it live? Wait, what's this store? Hold on, check this store out. Bro, it's out. It's out? Shipped from the EU. Yo, Bao Bao, this is where you live. More streaking? Oh my God, would be nice to be. Dude, get it right now. Bro, Wolfen, it's live right now, brother. Light kit. 3 trackers. It's $569, guys. Do I have that money? No, trust. It's a kit. Look, check, sir. Where's my display? Look, right here. This is like no base station. No base station, Zenato? Kinda. You need like this little thing, I think what it is. You set it on the ground. You could get it. I like this comes with the beacon. Easy. I think this comes with the beacon. Yeah, and then 3 trackers and a dock to charge it. 1 beacon, 3 trackers, 1 HMD adapter. What is an HMD adapter to me? A carrying case and a USB-A. Kits do not include straps or mounts to attach the straps. That's fair. Your HMD adapter, your headset. What does that mean? The golden joystick. Expected shipping, guys. First half of 2027. The Valve Steam frame is on here. To pin my Cube Pro with I use a tracker for my head to pin. What is Cube Pro? That's her, that Quest Pro. Oh, I use a tracker for my head to pin my Quest Pro with base stations. What does that mean? I feel like I should wait for the Steam frame first. Like I want to get this, but. You hit it on the check, you put on the headset, and then it works. Oh my God, I watched a couple of videos of it work of people using this, Kaya. I was shitting myself. I'm still currently shitting myself over this. That's right, Wolfen. I'm gonna go get food. Not allowed, Zanato. Hold select ladder. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
There, we made it.
But why, Mama? Why? I miss you. By Wood Kid. Licks you, eats you. Delivery dude. Yeah, electric boogaloo Cal. I love you, Cal. Squishes, squashes your face. I'm back to the lab again. Oh no. It's Flosion crawling to get my booty. Squish, squash. Whoa! I can walk. Why am I untouchable? Whoa. Oh, it's a simulation. I think. Bow bow. How do you know? I also want to first do so many oh my god, I know. Bro, why can't I just win the lottery, Wolfen? I don't ask for a lot in life. I don't ask for a lot. Oh, it's a base. So nobody comes near them because they disguise it as a... Hey. Anyways, yeah, Wolfen. I don't ask for a lot. The lottery would be nice though. I don't ask for a lot though, you know? But winning the fucking jackpot?
Lizard.
Listen. Yeah, we know. Shannon, I love you. Dude, I would buy you a fursuit, Wolfen, first.
Okay, Lou. Time for some knowledge.
Not if I buy you a fursuit first, Wolfen. Azil, hi. Oh,
Come on, open up.
he's sleepy though. Let him sleep.
There you go.
Guys, would you live out on a life like this? Would you live an undercover life in your own home? A peaceful cabana life? Get rid of the baby? Who would you live with alone if I had a wife? Shannon! You're a lesbian? Fiddle twingy, tittle fing. Fuck! I messed up. Sure, why not? W. Alone, yes. I already live undercover my own because I'm too scared to come out as trans. Hey, you came out trans to me, Bow Bow. Bow, I know you. Am I undying first with that? I had no idea. Shit.
Who's there?
It's fried tittle factor. But I'm not real. Whoa.
Who are you?
Is it not fragile?
Fragile?
Were you cooking?
What are you doing here?
The frame's feeling a little funny in the scene.
I've been looking for you.
That's fucking Frost! Oh, okay, fair. Bow. Bow. What is the Rock cooking? Steven! I love you, Steven! Steven, let's be dorky Lucarios in VR.
You two look good. like a happy family.
Their hands are. Well, that's a little new addition to her. I don't know what that is.
The finest Carol printed diapers.
Chiral printed.
How'd you track us down?
Oh, corpus? What is this? I get to learn the corpus. You can review the story so far. Terminology. Yeah, we have like hella 3D printers in this world. Like we can 3D print many things as long as we have the power. What the fuck is Pico? Progressive image compositor? Pecan colon? I'm gonna peek your colon in a second here. This is becoming a vocal stim for me though. Help me, Bow Bow. I can't stop saying bow. No. No, not umbrella. I guess given how big everything is about the name, her umbrella can block things, but she also uses it as like a way to like locate. She could basically, we'll call it teleport, but basically she can access the beach, which is like the purgatory world.
Come. I mean,
and she could travel a lot faster in there.
Come.
And then come back to the real world in a different location. Bow Bow Sunny Eggs D virus? Bow Bow, it's Bow Bow Purgatory. Take me to Bow Bow Purgatory.
To the whole region.
Yeah, the travel to the never.
This. You can use Carol printers now too.
Guess it's time we thought about moving. Maybe further south. You know, I'm surprised you used the front door for once.
My jumping days are behind me.
Oh, can she not jump anymore?
There was some kind of syndrome. They call it
Jump shock.
jump shock.
A syndrome caused by performing repeated jumps to the beach. While it is clear that the syndrome is brought about by the accumulated strain are unknown and no treatment has been done, it is still possible to perform jump while suffering from this syndrome, but doing so puts one's life at risk. So she can still jump, but like...
You care for a drink?
Are just giant. Yes. Greetings, God. Hey.
I should get straight to the point.
Glorb Slam. I love Sunny AC. He's so cool.
Moment there, I thought,
He's so sweet to me too.
I have a job for you.
Will
Be wiped from the record. You won't have to live in hiding anymore.
Wait. Oh, I won't have to live in hiding, so I can. Yeah. What about Lou? Clear Lou's name off.
That's a little more complicated. We're talking about a Bridges asset.
Yeah. So the way Bridges see Lou is basically an asset, right? The babies are just like objects to use.
Sam, you brought America together. Helped it be.
But I was like, nah. Oh, she gave me a like. Oh my god, I want to lick your throat now. Norman Reedus, you need to be the Ghost Rider. Yes. Pretty stream dad energy, right? It's really cool watching his development in the first game. Oh, baby! Look at the plushie.
After you went off on your own, especially within the UC.
Oh my god, yes, lick me, Bow Bow, lick me.
No longer oversees the distribution.
No?
They withdrew once things were up and running.
So who oversees the network then?
So your friends and coworkers all went their separate ways.
Okay.
And that's not all. Die Hard Man is not the president of the UCA anymore.
No way! Who is? And its current whereabouts are unknown?
In case you're wondering who's handling distribution now,
APAS 4000.
It utilizes the chiral network to manage and carry out deliveries.
Okay, do they just use robots then?
There's no need to rely on human porters.
Oh, they don't need humans anymore it's robots.
No need for Fragile Express, of course.
Fragile Express is another one like Bridges. He left off, but the rise of APIS eventually made the organizing redundant. Oh yeah, I guess because you don't need affordable shipping anymore if robots do it. Hope Plushie, do you want to lick your throat? Yeah, Cal, get over here.
Regions outside the UCA.
Y'all ain't gonna be the secret.
Call ourselves Drawbridge.
Oh, wait, what's Drawbridge? Wait, so it's a private delivery organization recently established by Fragile. Since APIS has taken over deliveries within the chiral network, human porters are no longer required. But outside the network, they need human porters, right? I mean, Drawbridge to conduct deliveries beyond the borders of the UCA. Okay.
Services of human
Good morning, Nabu. How are you?
network. Preferably ones with dooms who can sense BTs.
And dooms are us, yeah. This is our good action on the world of the dead, coming into contact with things related to that, such as BTs. It causes doom, suffering, the development of goosebump likes, and yeah. We could see BTs normally too.
I'm asking you to go to Mexico
Mexico?
to extend the chiral network.
Dooms are us.
Just like you did when you went out west.
You're asking, or is this coming from the UCA?
Both. The UCA came to Drawbridge, and now I'm coming to you.
So when will you hide in a bus? No!
What do you say?
What's the state of the environment there? I didn't realize we got a choice of like thing.
Chiralium contamination is severe. Some areas have it worse than anything you experience.
So where there's chiralium, there's BTs usually, if I remember. Because they leave remnants of chiralium, and we actually use chiralium to craft things.
Everything in their path is subject to temporal acceleration.
Yeah.
Objects
If the rain touches you, you basically
while
age.
animals and humans grow old and frail in the blink of an eye. Timefall often precedes the appearance of BTs there too.
Yeah.
So you should do everything you can to stay out of it as much as possible.
No, roll the... Can you imagine, Kelpie, if I just said no, and it's just like the game is done?
And our
Oh my god. These are my frames if I had any.
Seriously, why me?
There are several reasons I thought of you for this job.
Neku, I love you, baby boo.
He's currently working at a
Licks, 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 licks.
I don't know the details, but the research they're conducting.
You guys should follow Neku. He's a really cool artist.
And there are certain things he'd like to tell you in person.
Hopey, I love you too. I don't know if you're busy, if you have to alert, that's totally okay. But I need you to get excited for me with how they're releasing a new My Hero Academia, where it's like 10 years down the line of the last season or some shit like that. I forget what it's called, but they're releasing a new My Hero. Also, happy Star Wars Day. I don't know if you're a Star Wars fan, but well,
This one's serious. There is
the episode, I don't know, it's like the final something or other. We had to see everyone down the line like 10 years from the final regular episode.
But they seem to think there's a good chance.
Sexuality American. It was released yesterday? I didn't even know that.
Then I want
Fucking gapes you, Neku.
before it kills them.
Fucking gapes you again. My average employee. No, MHA. My Hero Academia. Oh yeah, I was the first. I took down a BT. Yeah, that's right. Friday? Okay, never mind. I gotta watch it. Are you from this country?
What?
All this talk about extending.
Why are all the men, women, and
Isn't the UCA basically expanding their territory?
outsider? I don't. Why are all the people from this country hot?
Sam, it's not like
I
that.
love you and I miss you. Leave. I love you, Neeks. I'll see you around. Thank you for the
They
lyric.
just want to link up new areas. With
Maybe, but no spoilers on JJK. I'm still watching. Where's Lesbanon?
Infrastructure to connect people. Which is why, instead of turning to an established government agency like Bridges, the UCA contracted a private organization like ours.
That's where Porters
And decided to
licks
explore
you,
the
Alice.
of a freelancer like yourself. So please, Sam.
Wait, quick shout out for Neku because I love him. He's cool.
Won't you help us out?
But they're gonna still.
Mexico has no shortage of beached things.
Okay.
Spirits of the dead washed up from the other side were stranded there. Just
Always,
like
Neku. Always.
any human corpse that hasn't been properly
I'm gonna
closed
bake
up
you a
will come
cake
BT.
in World of Warcraft,
Contact with the BT.
and then RP walk to where your location is, however long that will take,
From the tar as well.
and then RP giving you the cake,
And if they succeed in consuming and
and then giggle and run away
they'll trigger
like a
war
schoolgirl. Oh, no, I'm joking.
and a massive explosion.
Tom Volumes Teresa, if you're past, no, I'm not. I'm not even into season 2 yet or whatever.
Have since become divided and isolated. As most people cannot see BTs, they live in fear of them, and that fear has made them too terrified to venture outside.
What if I say I won't do it? Oh my god, wait. Did the game end? Guys! It restarted! Actually?
Not bad, little Porter. Not bad at all.
Oh, there's a Remembrance Day for you guys?
Okay, Lou.
I'm addicted to Star Wars. I need Star Wars art, actually. But I need to get paid first before I get myself Star Wars art. Whoa. It changed a little bit. What if I say I won't do it? Now you got me curious. I don't know. I'd have a sick ass lightsaber, bro. She's trapped in a tile. I think Hope would be more Grey Jedi-ish. Unless we're talking about like if it was in the Old Republic era. Oh my god. Hope is Sith? No, I don't think she's that late. Guys, if the game actually restarted.
No. -61.
Wait, what's happening? That then. She leans close to the Jedi, but I think if it was the Old Republic era, she'd be more Grey Jedi than actual Jedi. Luke Skywalker kind of brings about a new era or like idealism of Jedi. We'll call it the New Age Jedi, where like because the old Jedi, they follow like a really strict fucking code, but like Luke Skywalker Luke Skywalker kind of like makes up his own way. Like he follows the Jedi code, but if you look at him as a character, he doesn't really like follow a couple of the codes. Bounty hunter, hell yeah.
If I do this, can you hold the fort for me while I'm gone? Play babysitter?
I don't get to have Lou.
We're inside the network. There's a child care app I can use.
Dude, Kyle Katarn is the GOAT. He is the best.
The lab is only a few days away. I promise he'll be back before you know it.
Then I'm probably I could buy that. Is it Form 2 or 3? That's aggressive one. To sneak past the. Oh, you want Tanta? Oh my god, you know a little bit more than I do. I know a couple of lightsaber styles. Man, we need a new Star Wars movie that just like, I don't know, saves the timeline or reintroduces the other fucking timelines. I don't know. And Windu's that tiptoes the dark side. Windu's is so sick. Windu is one of like the best fucking lightsaber duelists. They did my boy dirty.
Go on.
He shouldn't have, man.
Like a ring?
Whoa.
Try
It's a
to
thumb thingy.
like you're giving me a like. Access your ring terminal to view the map. From here, you can check order details as well as the.
Bounty hunter giant lightsaber actually pull people from gymnastic. Dude, a part of me wants to like break some of the like. I think somebody told me there was actually. It might have been you, Kelpie. I don't remember who, but somebody told me there was somebody who used like the power of a lightsaber as a gun. There was a gun that could harness the crystal of a lightsaber and use that as like an energy shot.
But because of the distance,
I think.
It's not feasible to head straight.
Unless I just made that up in my brain. But I would love like assassin style type fucking
Your first stop is
blades. Callie, I love you. Puts you all up inside me.
Improper corpse disposal remains a serious problem.
Improper? They don't know how to dispose.
Corpse that spawns a BT, the risk of a void out grows even higher.
Yeah.
C1 in particular is.
If you don't burn bodies, guys, you eventually turn into a BT. Like the body turns into a BT basically, and can cause like a giant explosion. Callie, I love you. Thank you for the lyric. Bow favorite star is Ashoka's dome. Windu was the only Jedi able to focus enough on facing Grievous, the infamous Jedi Hunter, to use the Force to crush his lung. Why oh my god, he's so hot. What if we had a Star Wars movie where someone travels back in time to kill the first space settlers so the galaxies wouldn't deal with it? Haha, maybe. Dude, fist fight tonight. That's so funny. I like a little bit of the new movies. I'm not like a full hater, but I didn't like what they did to Luke Skywalker's character.
You can access useful information about your deliveries via your ring terminal. To review the cargo currently in your possession, select Cargo Management.
Like cargo management?
This is the cargo you'll need to deliver.
Okay.
To get it to its destination in one piece.
One piece?
To place the most important cargo in your backpack.
W Bow Bow. I like some of it, but it's I understand Bow Bows. Wait, so do I take this?
We've given you some additional equipment.
Assault rifle.
Pouches or in special hooks. Just like cargo.
Is this my blood assault rifle?
To incapacitate humans without killing them.
Okay, W.
There is no... Be sure to weigh your various...
I didn't fight too much in the other game until it came to it. I wonder if there's a way to... Another assault rifle, bro? Attached to suit?
Return to the menu when everything looks good to go.
Where's the button that lets me just like... just auto sort it, you know?
Before heading out, return to the... See your destination?
The One Piece is real, but Windu wouldn't ever face Grievous again because Grievous started fighting for him in combat. That's true. Grievous was fucking smart as shit.
Have attacked borders in the past. Think about what route you might...
Oh shit, really, Alex? Dude, Grievous was such a sexy villain. I love him. On the side where the invader cracks it, right? Darth Elevator, hold square to start drawing a route?
Commencing route creation.
When you plot a route on the map, you'll see what hazards you may run into along the way.
Come.
Whoa.
Face challenges
I knew you would.
Come.
try to find a way around.
Mace Windu screwdriver. Ah, la, la.
Decision is up to you, but think it over before
Come.
getting underway.
Princess lay me. Oh, en route here.
Delivery route finalized.
Latest model Cupid. Just
Whoa.
we decided to put a hold on network expansion until it was ready to go.
Chancellor paper plane. The streets don't forget Chancellor. Her real Flosion. Her real brother.
It won't be any harder than before either. The Chiral network terminals are ready and waiting. Bridges saw to that. Emily's expedition split into two groups midway. The first
Princess
west,
Leia golden bikini redeemed for your ball.
but again, we're only able to lay the
A golden bikini?
until you bring those terminals online with the
Ajax.
network can't grow.
I'm putting you in my mouth, Ajax, and chewing on you.
Hungry?
No.
Ew.
No more baby food for you.
I'll miss you, Lou.
Trouble, I will.
Lou, I miss you. Baby.
Don't you break my kid.
Not being a pen. Oh,
Now who wants to eat?
you just ate, bro. Those things are supposed to be like high nutrient thingies. Saint Saturn.
Blizzard.
We love Saint Saturn. Stop. Is there not a way to like... Maybe not. If it's fine like this, I guess I'll just go with it. I was wondering if there was a way to like... I have stats? There's level ups, guys. Who shot themselves? Which one of you was it? Well, it was fucking one of you.
Alright, let's get this done.
Alright, we'll just full sprint, guys. GG. My resistance has gone up. Let's pick up some Cairo because we're gonna need this to like craft anyways, or even share with some of the other places. Help them out, gain favor and reputation with you. My weed is too dank, bro. If I was this one, you can switch with the category. Yeah, I know this. Okay. Can you imagine if this, but it's a weed delivery simulator? Doesn't know how to. Who doesn't know how to flush a toilet after they've taken a shite? Ba ba blah blah ba 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 ba. Bobby bee bobby bobby bobby. I know, bro. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna save the ladder if I can. I can get across this without. Wash your damn paws. No, that's for your tongue flosion. Long life meals. You will receive likes in a way of thanks. W. Wait, there's like a bunch of lost cargo, huh? Oh yeah, I can punch stuff. You can always punch in this game. I don't think the combat in this game gets shown a lot, but it's pretty dope. Still a better meal than Marmite. I'm about to Marmite all over you. That was what? Really? What do you mean? I don't think my voice is that good. I'll be honest. I haven't really done like voice training. I just like, I don't know. I just slowly talk upwards. When I'm stoned, you'll get, well, sometimes. When I'm tired, you get the, I'm too tired to put on anything, so I just kind of go like this. Your voice isn't, oh, no, your guys' is, Steven, your voice is really nice. Shush that snoot of yours. Comfy pinkies. I just feel the, no, that's fair. Oh shit. This game is a lot. Oh, pinkies. It's like the first game was a lot to do about something. The second game is I could help a company out.
We're in enemy territory now.
I can help my friend out by helping her company, And in return, she could clear my name from everything, so I'm not being looked for by like the biggest like corporation or the people who are running, because I kind of disappeared off the grid with like property that wasn't mine, aka the baby, because they wanted to dispose of the baby, but I was like, nah, you ain't disposing of this baby, it's mine now, I'm taking care of it. And yeah, clutch hope. 46 of them. Do y'all still play Pokemon Go? Friends, I'm trying to figure out how to get Pokemon Go to the polls.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Papa don't preach. Oh my god, I haven't heard that song in forever. The poles you dance on? No, the poles that like voting polls. Dude, to be fair, Steven only plays Pokemon Go and nothing else. It's important that I control the height of my cargo load. Are they all working here? Looks like it licks you. What is that? Oh, it's this assault rifle. Hope, I think I'm high off my meds. Give me some. Oh, this is 18. I mean, listen to the shit I say. With the strand equipped, press O. W. I mean, I don't really talk about like this is 18 plus, but I don't really go like, oh yeah, let's talk about everyone's favorite type of dick. Oh yeah, let's talk about the way my puh flaps, community puh hole. Dwin, what is that face? You're my W. Ugh. Dwin, I'm playing a scary game, careful. Yeah, so anyways, here's the dick tier list. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Hope, look at the top left. Can we join even? Yeah, you can still rate dicks. Of course I want to hear from like the non-dick lovers, because low-key, they're gonna be the most critical ones. Oh, sandstorm. Dick check. This one must be, yeah, exactly, Silent. Okay, because I have a full of them because my wife, me like, wait, what? I need to read that sentence again. That sentence threw me off. Okay, because I have a drawer full of them because my wife, me liking the dick. Because my wife, me liking the dick. Because my wife is like, your wife likes dick? Oh. You have a drawer full of them? Fucking share, bro. No, I'm joking. That's so gross. No, wait, what? What do you mean? You have to show me. I believe you. I believe you, bro. Auto arranged cargo. Thank God. You think I haven't shown off my dick collection? I'm scared. I'm scared for what that could mean. Oh my God, I'm literally in the middle of a sandstorm. Oh my God, it's like actually a sandstorm. Dude, I want to get out of here. We're gonna go left and off and through the city, okay? I'm a visual learner. I've never seen a pee-pee before. I'm a polite girl. Our drawer of silence. It's our drawer of dicks. That Pyro, what is that emo? Pyro, what? Yes, Trinky, show me. Is that a rule? Hope's a furry, which auto means it's an A+. Has Andy ever told you about the fabled spotted dick? Isn't that like a thing? I thought you were gonna tell me something that I didn't need to know about my roommate. Oh, it's a food, yes. Pandora's dick box. What does Pandora's dick box mean? What would that be? The pudding come. You get to whatever, fuck, whatever is inside it, that's crazy. Of unknown shapes, sizes, and colors. Sheltering for so. I'm trying to get to the shelter, bro. Calling it the diction. Silence, since when were you a pun master? You're cute when you're funny. I like it. Do I have to take shelter? Have I ever not been? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just had too much fun delivering stuff. Dude, whatever this auto arranged cargo shit was is actually terrible. Oh yeah. Xylith is its pronouns. For future ref. I wish Twitch made it easier to show the pronouns, or does it? Wait, you see it in the chat, I think on the top left, but another, yo, W Pyro. ISO, I should go back and finish you. But it's not super widespread. I have it, I think, but so when I'm on my OBS, it doesn't show like a murder. Oh my god, Maxwell, hi. How are you? It doesn't show on my OBS, which is annoying. I think I need to like mess with the settings. When I'm in normal Twitch chats, yes, I'll see it. Murder 4 on VR chat, invite me. I'm doing really well too, Maxwell. How's the storms over there? Yeah. Wait, Flotion, you're in Germany too. Are you surviving? Are your storms done? Fishing with Gurg? Oh, Gurgler. I love Gurgler. He's so sweet. Mead. It's already over. What a storm, bruv. We made it to the first spot in Mexico, guys.
Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and
The social strands. Can you view messages from people all the world? Highlight this. Get the tacos, Hope. Do it for static. Oh my god, no, I have to wait till I get paid before I like order tacos. I did make tacos earlier on in the week though. Like last week, last Monday.
decontamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
I put in a moan, bro. No, me, but I miss you and I love you. Take care of me, take care of all.
Lizard.
Scales, 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 scales.
Lizard.
You want to see me play games against Corgi? Oh, but I would love to play with him. I don't even know what games I would play against Corgi, but like with him it'd be cute to play like, I don't know, something. Finlay, a set of 4 numbers?
We'll be able to dispose of corpses properly once you've got us online. That'll be one less thing.
64?
Anyway, I believe you have some
13? 72? And 98.
There's hardly a scratch on this cargo. You are incredible.
Que chido! How do I speak Spanish? Que chido, everybody! Which Corgi? Corgi Cam. He's my friend.
Didn't think you'd go to such lengths.
And I fangirl about him
Can't thank you enough.
when he notices me.
It's just like everyone says. Okay, use your Cupid to bring us up. The Cairo gateway you brought us should allow us to establish.
What does that mean, Maxwell? What is that face for?
And with state-of-the-art tech.
IRL side quest for it? I don't even understand how or why. I'm straight. Pyro, what was it? That's 2 lotto tickets. Thank you. That's it. Does he fanboy of your... For you? I don't think he fanboys for me. I don't think he doesn't know much about me. I'm his stalker. I'm joking. Your skills was intentionally syncing up perfectly. How did Hope get into the song? I snuck in. What is happening? Doge, yo, what's going on? Forte, take a toke for me today if you're smoking. Doge, we're in Mexico now. We're in Mexico, brother. Only because I don't want spoilers. Oh, that's okay, Doge. That's okay. Oh my god, I won't say anything then. I won't say anything. Good luck. I hope you have a good day. Thank you for the lyrics.
Coverage successfully expanded.
Yes, Forte. Super chompable mama hope. Joshy. Chomp. Help him remove an old pool. Whoa, Pyro, that's so cool. Oh my god, you just completed a side quest. Bro, life gets crazy if you start seeing it as a game. And filling out your own XP guard. Meeps, hi, Lovey. how are you liking? I saw you playing Tides of Tomorrow. I need to actually do more of that game, maybe on Wednesday. Did you finish it yet? Is it good? Is this the baby? Kinda, but I don't have the baby with me.
Increased. Congratulations.
My porter grade. So I leveled up my porter grade, my bridge, like my combat was like meh, but I was super silent. So W.
Chiral network connection.
Everyone, and love is a prize. Oh my god, I love that. Wait, we need to actually figure out a way to gamify our life. Like a common way. Like we all agree to one, like setting like how much XP everyone brings. Hope up top. Where? I'm looking.
For your exclusive use. There are countless dangers in these parts. You should please. Well, our corpse disposal, but there's
Okay, so they can properly just take out their corpses now.
as I mentioned before, we've been
Oh my god. They've been taking them to a pit. Ew. Hope I want nice tea, but I want to drive to a fuel station. I got 40 minutes of that, but I'm lazy. You have to drive. Wait. The fuel station. You have to drive 40 minutes to get there.
I'll get started right away on preparing.
85 with the it's pretty much. And while I like the premise of the kit, it's not too deep. Yeah.
You'll just need to
I like the premise of it a little bit. It reminds me of like Mirror's Edge Light kind of way. No, well, yes and no, but I don't have the baby with me. The baby's at home. I have E33s. You have Expedition 33 out of 7 out of 10. Damn. Okay, but fair. No hate. This game though is really meeps. Okay, that's saying something actually. I need like 15 to get. Oh, go then now. You really want that tea. You know it sucks. I know you're feeling lazy, Flosion, and you want to just like stay in bed and you're blah. But you're gonna feel so like the reward of that tea is gonna feel so freaking good when you go and get it. It's only 15 minutes. Throw on a couple of banger songs on the way. Get that tea. You don't want to, because you want to leave like basically now, because you also don't want to be that asshole who comes in like 5 minutes before like closing and be like, can you make me the entire menu, daddy? Raise up your bat will be my song and hammer. You're the type of guy who wants to get 5 stars on everything. It's only a 10. Oh, I kind of like doing that though. I like doing things good. I have all the what memes really? I did shit myself playing the first game. Like the first game fucked me up, meeps. No shower scene? Oh, thank God. Dude, I kind of want to take a shower like that. I had sunburn? All right, time to check, guys. Loves you 3000. How do I look at the feet? Show me your feet. The penis? Bro, he's not doing anything. He's used to it now. 100% Flosion. I don't think he does interact with the camera anymore. There's a reason why I'm doing this, Maxwell. Promise. 0 out of 10 game. No Norman penis. L game downgrade. Going back to the first one. Real. Oh. I will, Maxwell. Yeah, pervert. I'm not horny. It could be later. It could be later. Maybe Alex will try when it's not like a scripted event. I'm Meanwhile, anybody who's like searching through Stream Silence gets to see that as like my thumbnail. Kinda, yeah. We'll go with kinda, yeah, Joshy. Whoa. Admiral Morkborg! Morkborg! How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? You were playing? Wait, what were you playing? Oh, VR chat? Dude, this is loud. Sorry, guys. Wow. Well, you should. No. Yo, check out Morkborg. They're really soft and sweet.
Worried about Lou? Don't be.
No, my baby is Lou.
Really new to me.
Yeah, what do you like doing in VR out of curiosity, Morkborg?
Figuring out why your baby's
I like
crying,
world exploration
getting
and
the
chilling.
noodles warm enough. It's had the perfect advice for every situation.
Hi.
So, how does it feel to be back in the saddle?
The baby.
Works same as it ever was. It's the first time I've been away from Lou.
We're fine. Trust me. Just focus on the road, okay?
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's so mean. The baby's hand is nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. And then a bit of fishing. I feel like I've been slacking on fishing, Morkborg, because like all my friends are high levels now. Like I used to be the friend at like the high level, but now like I've stopped fishing for a minute. And show me your pee-pee. Show me your pee-pee. $372? Yeah, Lou, she makes me eat bugs. Come back, father. Silent, I know. We're a little bit nervous about NTE though, with the like AI stuff coming to like things. But Scrandle, I have been I will say Scrandle, yeah. What did I come back to? Me trying to see Dick, cause in the other game he would fucking knock your shit out if you looked at him. I really like it, but I'm heartbroken because there's like a lot of signs of it using AI, and they did confirm that how do you call it? I guess it's how you see AI. So I don't want to get like people like mad at each other. What do you do in NTE? You do a story. You do the story. You can build up your like development, like your community or housing. I don't know what it's called, but like you could basically own like a cafe, like businesses, and make money through that. You could fish. You could play like you could be an Uber driver in it. Has like a lot of like a GTA kind of stuff within. My why me hat? It has. I kind of like seeing his eyes though. Like the glasses are fine, but like. Yeah, it's got that anti-neverness to everness. I really liked it. I really liked neverness to everness. But I'm kind of having troubling feelings on it. No, wait, I want to go back because I want to drink the energy drinks. No! Let me drink my energy drinks.
New order available. Please review and confirm.
Okay, what's our next order?
Good morning, Sam. Did you have a good
Good morning, Sam.
We're already making
I crave kidney stones.
If you access the delivery terminal, you'll find that you can. We have now, but as we should. So out. Your next destination is Villa Libre. The people there don't.
Sam is not that sorry. Whoa, you sounded just like me. Hope's like her pee with pulp. That is true. Kidney stones are just pulp for your piss drink.
Become part of the chiral network. Timefall is coming down hard in this area.
Oh shit.
Timefall will begin to degrade.
Stripe, I'm so sorry. Hope, that's nasty. No, stay Stripe, I'm so sorry. Finley, I'm joking.
Keep an eye out for the rivers and bandit camps in the area too. As on your way to Villa Libre, you might pass a post box we built.
Okay.
We left behind some spare equipment. If you see it, take a look inside. There should be materials in there too. All with a moment's generosity. Finally, each post box has a private locker which can be used to store equipment for later use.
Alex, thank you for the hot pats. I love you. So to show you and keeping the insides. No. Stripe, I've gotten better. Stripe, I've gotten better. I had to be a little bit wild in my early years. But now I'm so, bro, I'm so fucking polite now. Trust.
Delivery route finalized.
I crave feet pictures. Not if I crave feet pictures more than you. Wait, did I create the... I believe that for a... I'm so proper now.
This order calls for some pretty hefty cargo to be sure.
Oh, okay.
But don't forget to take into account all the other extras you'll need.
Okay.
A piece of equipment. So think carefully about. Run out of stamina halfway through a
I want the repair spray, right?
Please select an item to fabricate.
Do I have a... No, I don't. Okay, so we're gonna... I think one repair spray should do it. Then we'll auto arrange cargo. And then, what's backpack customer? Oh. No, check out Hope Cyberpunk 2077 to see what special oh my god, I had a dildo. Bro, that weapon was so OP though. You can't blame me for using the dildo as a weapon. Peace and love. I'll judge you for extra poison damage. Is the timefall already starting? No way. What is that? Poor cargo. Oh my god. This is not gonna be a good... I can already see this going to shit. I literally already see this going to shit. Is it the test tube, baby? Yes. Hollenberg, thank you so much for the follow. This is like the fastest way, but it's also the dangerous way. Sign, you got this.
Commencing route creation. Delivery.
I don't know if I like this, but you got after banging Judy when you were still half naked. You remember that? Oh my god. Rivers will rise? You ever play that game? I love Judy. She was so nice. I feel like I should shit on these guys up ahead. Yo, it's what, Tyrek? I saw you last night. Oh shit. I hope you were doing well. Naniware in Space Seed stream. Don't shit on it. Ask them for consent first. Oh my god. I didn't mean it like that. I'm so sorry. No, Finlay! Finlay, no! Honestly, we might just walk by them. Okay, went to Ooh Fest yesterday. Oh, what's Ooh Fest? Alex, stay! I'm sorry! Even though it wasn't me. Wait, you can, yes! I forgot you could counter them. Yo, 1v1 me. I'm gonna actually, combat them a little bit because, like, you actually level up. Oh my god, I almost lost that cargo. Easy. Sorry, I had to lock in for a second. Easy. It's a break world in VRC. God, it's public. So an on-demand rave with the supercation. Ooh Fest? What? Wait, I also saw Handsome Ty. I was so excited to see him play Dissidia. I'm still waiting for my boy Spacey to text me. Wait. So it's a break. What's a break world? I don't think I know what that means. Wait, can you, Joshi? That's sick. Now put them all in the rain and steal their clothes. This is crazy. It's Spacey. I have to talk to Spacey. Do you want me to tell him to text you? Is this random generated? What, the game? Hi, Mom. Is this a Burger King? How much more? Who else wants to fight? I'm about to take out like a whole ass base of people. Aha. Whoa, I'll have to check that out in a second. Also, wow, hope no, they're bullets that they don't actually kill them. They use a certain bullet that like it lasts about 2 hours ish. Oh, okay. Should I get high?
You are too far away from your cargo.
I forget how to reload them, but you use like a certain. Is it chiral loaded or I don't know. I know there's like being high is not necessary. Oh. I'm gonna eat you now, Tyrak. Oh my god. I don't know if I can carry all this. I probably should not carry any of the side shit. Yeah, make it better awareness. That's there. Bobby, you could eat meat. Is that allowed? Okay, wait. Oh, I gotta find my map. Oh, sorry. We don't want to walk backwards. We gotta make it to our this post box here.
Delivery route finalized.
Because we're gonna drop off some stuff so we're not like suffering. Put this damn thing away. I don't need this gun. Damn it, I should have picked up one of bro's climbing anchor. Oh, what do you know? Bro actually has a ladder here. We could set up a ladder. I think I already have a ladder though. Oh, we don't need one unless on Twitch. Wow. Tyrak, when's the special Dragon Day? You can get an exoskeleton. That's sick. Don't I get a special Dragon Day soon? Spacey said so. Lolbit, hi sweetie, how are you? That's in July? Oh, thank you. International fucking Dragon Day. Perfect, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. Oh my god. Dragons are so hot. Real? Big if true. Real if big. Yeah, Scales, we get our own day. Wait, one or two of what? One or two of what? Just in general? Drop a sign. Yeah, of course. It's like the same thing. Two.
This one's for you.
That's so cool, Joshy. I think that's so dope. Uh... I'm gonna litter. I'm sorry. Do werewolves get one too? No idea. My BF might not, like, yeah, get it done, Silent, get it done. Is there a I have no idea. I just know Joshy, you don't even do that stuff. I don't either, don't worry, but. Screw the pooch, that's what it's called. Oh my god, I'm so okay. We're almost there. I'm so loaded though. Well, thank you, Fred. I love you. Smooch, smooch, smooch. I'll see you around, sweetheart. Oh my god. Alex, how am I supposed to get across this? I knew I should have picked up a ladder. Oh wait, yay! Oh my god, this doesn't even...
That's quite big.
I feel like...
Impressive.
Joshy, no, I trust... I'm seeing a brown river. The river does kind of look gross. I think we can actually make it up there. So hold on. Check this out. Right here. Ooh, the Norman, relax. Oh my god, you mother. Are you Norman? Norman! Okay, let's try this again. Stop! I'm about to lose my goddamn mind. Bro. W. And you see a river. You see the river Thames women these days, Maxwell. Nice. And then we'll put a sticker to let people know to come this way. That's a little scary. I love that. It's a little scary, but nice. Okay, but check this out. Check this out. And then we add a sticker right here, like this way. Like, you got this. Oh. Check this out. And then we go on it. Oh my god, please help me. Why won't Norman? Gentle. W. P-ban? Wait, chew it with my eyes closed. What? Thames? Oh, okay, sorry. We did it. Okay, now what? We go around. We go around. Check this out. Look. Oh. See? Ta-da! Oh my god. If I just went around that looked... Okay. Is this like... This is... Yeah. This is what it's like to work for Amazon. You can't pee. Okay, that I think that's the place I need to get to. So let's... I was gonna say, no, that's for ISO. I appreciate. It's fun figuring out things. Yeah, Amazon workers play this game for respite. Silence is right. This is like, they play this game to be like, oh my god, I could have a job like this. Delivery may not be that bad. Almost there. Almost there. Respite. But why do I have to pronounce it like respite, though? I feel like respite sounds so cool. It's like when everyone laughs at... Everyone laughs at me when I say Mario. You just have to. Hi, friend. It's a new... Vals. Hi, sweetheart. I never played Silk Song yet. Is it good? Pants? Oh my god. I've always heard Spite too. Hi friend. Wait, what were you? Did you have a good stream? Hi. How are you, sweetheart? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, new friends. My name is Hope. I'm a variety streamer. I'm your #1 stoner dragon mom on the internet. Just trying to, despite buying it. No, that's fair. I don't even know if I own. I don't think I do own Silk Song. But besides the point, you rated. You're cool. Good to see you. W. What does TIL stand for? Driving in my car with my iced tea. Deliver. Okay. Oh well. Yeah. It's only 7. Hold on. We actually can. That should be good. I need a nap. Yo, go take a nap. You streamed. You probably had a crazy stream because it is Silk Song. Take it easy. Lots of love to you. And get yourself a good nap in. I'll watching Hope, but not in the stream. It's a Ray spit, thus emphasis on the sound. Bro, why? I don't know about you guys, but I ain't worried about the words I pronounce, you know? I'ma still call it respite. I'ma still say Mario. I'ma still say Pari.
You're Sam, right? Did the timefall give you a lot of trouble? Thanks for making the trip. Allow me to...
Yeah, it's hi. It's good. I'm clear for it.
Seems to be in decent condition. Thanks for your...
Oh, what do you mean you're an ass? Girly is like it's 2% above the... Relax.
Once we're part of the chiral network, we'll be able to use these remote medical units you brought. I can get myself checked out as well. We've all been looking forward to this. So go ahead.
Oh my god, ISO. Worcester. Worcestershire. 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 Wash your sister sauce. Maxwell, shake that thing. Villa Libre. Are these real cities in Mexico? A PCC that could like turn into random shit. Yo, level up my combat. Yeah, I fucking shitted on people. W. Worcestershire. Just ignore the C. Worcestershire. Want to see 3 booties shaking? Yeah, show me that, I guess. I want to see 3 assholes presenting themselves to me in an orderly manner. Moving from left to right.
The only people that still live here other than myself are...
Oh.
The last of the younger residents decided to risk it all and leave for Ciudad. Too many we took, but had to clean up my act.
Oh my god, that's too much. Yes.
My I'm not sure. I should have given birth to my child.
Oh. Yeah, shake that thing.
7 months. If something's wrong with my body, I can...
Oh, that's creepy.
But with one of our new medical units, I want to believe I can still bring this child into the world someday.
That's okay, Finley. You just gotta shake your own ass.
Some of the cargo we had stored here
Owie.
was washed away.
You're my Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
The water,
Dude, I fucking love Star Wars. Okay.
just come through for you.
Well, a little bit. Why does your oh, from the accident. You're checked out, right? Did you get checked out to make sure you're like nothing serious?
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated. The delivery will be assigned to another porter.
Where are we going now? Recover all chiral destiny gauges stolen by bandits? Oh, we have to go to the Dude, I shitted on them before and I'll shit on them again.
The base of... You might want to construct a watchtower nearby before
Why?
you charge in. But
Oh.
of course.
I'll just destroy them. Yo, thank you so much for that follow, Corbin.
You can help out the people who
I still have a few days to get checked out. I'm going to walk-in clinic in my town. That's fair. Just like Rez. Make sure you're taking hot-ass showers, too. Did you get checked out? Did I say that? Did I say that in my Canadian? Sexy ladies wanna ride with us.
Delivery route finalized.
Climbing anchor. Maybe. I have a bill worth. Ew, do they charge you? Come, I wish. Oh God, I wish I could share my healthcare with you guys. I will. Yeah, in at least a decade. Holy. Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
Take care, Sam.
Oh my god, wait. Okay, Canadian, silence. Do you like a little maple syrup in your eggs? Have you ever tried putting like a tiny little bit of maple syrup in your eggs? I might be able to call you. A request issued by the inhabitants of do not need to be accepted like orders. Request like demon once you've done what's required. What are those? Recover 4 beloved walking sticks washed away. Where is that? Bro, it's so far from my normal mission. Kinda. I don't know. Actually, it's 500 meters. I mean, oh my god, I guess I could go towards it. I'm gonna crash out.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route final. Commencing route delivery. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Check thine DMs. Oh, fuck me. I dropped my controller. I had a French toasted eggs at the same time. This, oh, and it was good, right? You loved it? Not like that. The bridge setup. That's true. You are right, Isa. I don't mind. That's fair. That's fair. I had the accidental syrup and egg a bit ago, and then I was like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Long life materials. I don't know. I wonder if I should just do some side quests like off stream. I don't know. It's chill though. I wonder how long this game is. I literally might as well pick this up. Like, I might as well. Posted pics. Pics of your car? Like the wreck? Oh, shit. Dude, I'm so fast. Look at me go. Where's the music to play, you know? Oh, that's empty. I actually need to take a drink, it looks like. My stamina's running a bit low.
Drink already.
Oh. Okay, I'm resting. I'm resting.
Time for a rest.
You need a drink, right? In this game, yeah. In this game... massage shoulders. But I low-key might just sprint back home. There should be a resting spot at that place. Okay, man, IRL. Oh, yeah, I can drink water. I was so slow. You had to work. You're in an accident, bro. What? You shouldn't have to be able to work. Main story is that main side would take and a completionist would run. Holy. You're probably gonna mainly see main story on here. I might play a little bit on the side. But yeah. Oh my god, I feel that ISO. I'm always so stressed. Like, there's only 24 hours in a day. 24 hours does not feel like enough time, especially if you're supposed to sleep for like 7 hours of it or whatever. Where's the fucking, is it over there? Am I going the wrong way? Almost passed it. Yeah, if I sleep, I don't get to see my friends or get work done or whatever the case is. And time zones had to go and exist. I know. Crash the zone. Or deck light turn on. Oh, cool. "16 inhabitants live here." That's crazy to think about. Maxwell, it's the other remotes. The secret Corgi emo combo. The head bobbing one and the pogging one.
There you. Checking. I will never know how you managed to track this down. Let me repay the favor.
What? A custom electric rod?
Maybe you'll find something of interest you can.
Whoa, that's dope.
We have allocated more resources.
Hi, you know me, do I?
I hope it helps.
Rage, did you played this game, right? Or are you still playing this?
The data I've shared with you, well, this design is tailored for use with our fabricators. The rod extends with a quick shake and can be used. It can also be test.
That's sick. Yes, I'm still playing it. I remember you like I think I saw you play it a little bit, but I was like, oh my god, like I can't watch too much or else so I want to be spoiler free. But now I'm catching up. I can't rest here? Can I rest over here? Oh. Alright, we might have to just take a drink of our little water.
You have been a great help.
Don't worry about only I gotta get that plat. Only if you sit on my lap. Is that a oh my god. I meant to like her pose. W. I'm Sam too. Let's drop a quick sign. We gotta always spread peace and love. Oh, I'm ready to shit on some people. Yo, save me. I suck at sitting still. Kinda, unless I'm locked in on a game. Shout out to anybody who bounces their like legs while they're sitting. Man, I'm hungry already, dude. Pause to help it. Yeah, for me, I like doing that too a lot. Like, I feel like I can help people. Like, I really hope some people use like my bridges. The bouncing, yeah, me too. I'm wondering, but I just want to build something. I hope someone uses. Oh my god, you guys are wild.
Keep it up, Sam.
Do I want to be crawling up this? Ew, what are these?
Warning. Analysis confirms that these hostile life forms are chiral creatures.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I didn't even see them. Bro, what? I'll pick you up later. Ew, there's creatures? That scared the shit out of me. I almost panicked. Oh, chemicals? We're gonna take some chemicals too. All I can think about are fucking tacos. Cause everyone started talking about tacos. Now I want tacos. I feel like I should have built. I guess I could run around. Nothing like a great. Now look what you made me do. I got my iced tea that visited my parents. They got a double cheeseburger. Wow! Did you say hi to your parents? Dude, that was a fast visit to your parents. That or I like blinked and like time went by like way too quick. Yo, W ladder. Whoever put this here, W ladder. I was there for 5 minutes. Hi, bye. W trip, I'd say. W trip. You right.
Thank you, Kyle.
Cat girl on piano. Whoever you are, W cat girl. W cat girl on piano. Are you ZP saying? Yeah, I'm an EP too. I'm a little bit happy that I have it as much as I love streaming. Don't get me wrong. I love streaming, absolutely. I'm kind of happy I have a day off tomorrow so I could just sleep and not have to worry about too much. Oh, I guess I didn't really need it. I'm gonna drop a sign down. No, I can't. To help guide people this way. But it was actually one of your days off? Ooh, good question. I don't know if I have. There has been one time where I've like woken up thinking it was a Friday, so I was like in the mindset to stream a horror game or whatever. But it wasn't a Friday.
Hey, what? I'm Sam.
And I'm Sam too.
So I was in the mindset to get ready for a horror game, but I was like, wait, it's Thursday. All right. I'm a gremlin. Are you, Zanato? We love gremlins, Zanato. You tell me what?
Hey!
Guys, I'm hungry. I wanna force feed myself. Did I miss? Oh, I have to build a watchtower there. Okay.
Commencing route creation. Delivery.
Eat me? I don't know. Do you provide enough nutrients for what I need? Okay. Now this is a new thing. We can open up this, the PCC, select it, and construct a watchtower. And so long as we have enough resources. I think. Hope just had me in a banana, roast me underground, and eat me with rice. Fuck! This sounds so good. I'm tired. I want a nap. Dude, how has it already been fucking 3 hours already of stream? So if I use this watchtower, we can actually see everything now. Recover all chiral density gauges. Those noises, what were they? Yeah, that's honestly not terrible. Looks like I just gotta shit on a couple of people. I'm a bit. You're fine. You're fine. Ouch! Hold compass mode. I can get a better idea. Okay, good to know. Hey, Hope, English or Spanish? No! Baby, doing something on your nose. Do 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 do. Hope you find peace with yourself. Do 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 do. I have the song in my head now. Okay. It's a quick and easy choke out. Ugh. Bam! Enemy deleted. It's about a pink pony. Oh my god, that song goes hard. Meow meow. Near 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 near. Near near. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba. Oh, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. And you dance at the club. Oh, mama, just having fun. Whoever moves first is gay. I think ISO has this covered. I'm gonna be real. Ouch! Nice, I have it. I got it all. Oh, Buds Business, I'm gonna do some Oh, will you? I love OFK. Dude, wait. Fight me. Devoured. I might as well kill the last guy. Oh, what have you done? You know what? I might take your climbing anchor, buddy, if you don't mind. Oh, ISO, you got that stupid. It's not even a stupid song because I like it so much. Ba 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 da da. You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama. Told you, that's it. Yeah, it's even crazier. Earworm. We made it. Please get me on the. Yeah. All right, we just gotta make it home, and it's easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Two wheels up.
Am I even going the right way?
Commencing route creation. Delivery route.
Oh wait, where do I have to deliver this shit to? Oh no, I'm going forward. Okay, hold on. Remove all markers. Wait, I'm not going back to the lady. Shit. Oh, we have to cross the damn ocean again. Alex, what is that emote? What's Vixie doing? That's me laying down knowing chips are in the oven. Oh. Share, please. Bro, share, please. Oh, Katsuna, yeah. Classic Vixie. Classic women. Gosh darn women. Da, 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 da. Alex, we have to watch Freerun season 2. And then also Atelier Witch Hat or whatever. It's supposed to be Freerun levels of good. So I'm like, Do we though? Yeah. Yeah. I hope nobody uses that ladder.
Get it together.
Oh my god. Wait, you know what? I can dismantle it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for ever thinking that ladder was a W lever. Oh my god, everything's fucking Guys, I think I have controller drift. Cause Sam keeps fucking thinking he knows the way. I'm to lose my mind. Chewy Fishy, oh my god, I love you. That wasn't, I was struggling, Chewy, I was struggling. Wait, I got this person. They're gonna be like, what psychopath climbed this? And yeah, I know it's me. Can we launch? Can we? Watch, check this. It's got such a good idea. Wait, put it away. Let's scale this mountain like we're playing Skyrim for a second. It's OP. This way is OP. Trust me, please. Please trust me. Okay, no, you know what? I tried. Hi! It sucks. The way sucks. It's controller, what? Oh, what have you done? I like to eat ass and I dance in the club. Oh, mama. We'll just go around. I think I'm making this too difficult. This lasted like... I would have been there already, you know? My footwear is almost damaged to the point where I'm gonna have to walk in bare feet and step on Alex's face. Yes, a song. $115, holy Goldie. Jobka, 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 Jobka. Alright, song's over. I'm gonna be meeting the English VF Samurai Jack comment. Yo, in a few. Try dog. Oh my god. Get something signed. Oh my god. That's awesome. Bro, that's so exciting.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests. chiral decontamination in progress.
I'm so proud of you. I envy you.
Hola, you're Sam, right?
You're Sham. I'm Sam.
With those chiral density gauges in our possession,
Yeah?
to determine where BTs are likely to appear in the future.
Okay.
So, let's get a look at...
Yo, that's so exciting though.
Yeah, that'll do, I suppose. Thanks for the help.
Average contents 5. I keep forgetting to spray my containers.
Incredible, Porter.
Guys, I'm so tired. Can I take a nap? When is it nap time?
What that Cupid of yours can do.
I feel like the day just started. No. Let me know how it goes, Try Dog. Yeah. We've been making hella prog. Holy shit, I can't stop yawning. What's that? A blood grenade. Oh no, that means we're gonna face BT soon. Timefall shelters are W, actually, honestly. Oh my god, Alex, put food. What's for dinner, Alex? Is it just chips? Do you have something more? Is there burgers too?
We got on the chiral network. Our BT research should go a hell of a lot faster now.
Making hella preg?
Fabricate blood grenades. A kind of and build timefall shelters too. I think you'll find both very useful. The chiral
lamb burgers?
integrated into our
Sounds so good.
Resume all distribution center operations and get back to business as usual. A lot of lives are gonna be saved thanks to you.
That sounds amazing. I need to get more water. Speaking of like food, I need to get more water. Even though food is like the opposite of water, and
Against these entities have been created with the blood of doom sufferers.
yeah.
Production is wholly reliant upon regular donations from rare individuals like yourself. Securing a stable supply has been...
That's right. My blood could kill BTs.
Given your experiences with the UCA.
Yeah, I fucking blew one up.
All the same anti-BT properties. Derived from samples taken from doom sufferers, it can be produced at scale to meet demand. And despite its artificial nature, it's actually proven to be more potent than the genuine article. So you can think of our new weapon as a more full-blooded version.
Nice.
Places. In any case, we won't need to ask you for your blood ever again.
Oh, I gotta do a grocery order too, Ella.
We have some training facilities.
Ignore all previous bounce on it, Dio.
So, our time. So,
I need to get more butter and bread. I'm out of butter and bread. Thank you for bouncing on it, Dio ISO.
But we'll get.
Sorry, he was yapping. Bread? Yeah, bread. What is that emo? Oh, it's the thumbs up. Bread. I had to like look closer. Oh my god, do we have a nightmare now? Do you have another dream now? Oh shit. Hold on. Bum bum. Are we on a boat? Wait, how'd you know? Oh, we aren't on a boat, or are we? Wait, what's happening?
Detected. Please seek shelter immediately.
Sam, are you okay?
I'm fine. You guys?
The facility's intact, but the research lab might have taken a hit.
What's a gate quake? I don't think we've...
Levels appear to be rising.
Is that when the chiralium level? Okay.
Head to the delivery.
Oh, do we get to fight a BT? Please send me in with blood grenades. Wait, hold on. I need a shower. Bro thinks I could do all this shit in one go. I need a shower first. You okay? Yes, I'm fine. Oh, my baby. Okay. Sleep till morning, sleep there. Where's the music in the background? Because I used to be able to listen to music as I was getting my shit ready and stuff. Oh no. I don't want to go to the army. Oh my god, guys, I'm never talking again. No, don't make me go into the armory. Get me out of here. Finally, I know it took me long enough, didn't it? I'm not a Yap streamer anymore. I want to use the toilet and shower. I also kind of want to look up something to order for fucking lunch. They're like, Sam, I hope you're okay. Like, maybe, come upstairs. And I'm like, yeah. Give me a second. Activate ring terminal. For what? I'm still seeing my game peek into the yellow, guys. So 1 second. Friends, I need a new simulator game to play. Recommend me simulator games. What are people playing these days? Is it? Oh.
I mean,
Wilson!
I knew you would come, but
Wilson!
I have come.
Ooh, what are these? Okay, we eat a crypto bite. Chiral tea? We're not drinking energy drinks anymore. We've moved on to tea. No sense by just going IRL. No, but I want like we're doing shit. Like my gas station simulator game. W. Pound back those teas. My man. Hello, Wilson. Hey, Addict told me to tell you hi. Oh my god, tell Addict to tell her. What is Addict doing? Are they, Oh, I have to send Conjo my hightail name. Dude, how do I find a hightail launcher? And I am and are on a mission. Oh shit, I completely forgot about hightail. Guys, I want to play Minecraft again. Fucking awesome racing sim. What is awesome racing sim? Oh, Dome Keeper. With that calm, even if she didn't invite me. What do you want me to say to them in return? Just tell her hi and I'm hungry. And I want her to order me food. My last used was signing in through Twitch. Dude, right? Wait, I need to jump on this Cobblemon shit, ISO, because like I'm curious about it. I'm not like super into Pokemon, but I'm into Pokemon at the same time. Isn't Hytale getting a Cobblemon type kind of thing soon? Thank you, Nabu, for the lurk. I'm hungry as shit, guys. I can't stop fucking thinking about food. You know nothing? Oh, no, that's fine. Sorry, I don't know why I assumed you know, like, you were high and I'm hungry. Yeah. I'm glad Addict's thinking about me. Okay. Oh, I need to... Okay, hold on. No, I'm good. Well, I got about 30 minutes to an hour for streaming, and then I could eat. It's not bad. How do I leave this area? I want out. Oh, go to surface. W. Ba 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 da ba da ba ba. Shit, I want to play. Wait, ISO, Cobblemon stuff. Do you play with friends? Or do you play like on an online server for people? And you meet other players? Or I don't even know how to like play a Cobblemon. What the hell is even that?
Sam, we've got a situation. The delivery for the research lab is ready for... This may be due to the gatequake just now. But we
a BT?
However, we have... I know you've got dooms, but without a pod, you're gonna struggle to deter...
Don't worry. If I can get close enough, I should be able to see them. Seems like my dooms level or whatever went up at some point. Steer me in the right direction. I can take care of the rest.
I want to give it a try. Samesies, boo. Samesies.
By the way, we finished a preliminary assessment of the BTs detected in the vicinity of the research lab.
Okay.
And we've prepared some weapons that... You're a pro.
Wait, what weapons do you have? Yeah. That's it?
Based on compounds, you can practice using them.
No, I'm good.
You're up. Make sure...
I do need a, but I think maybe because Sam has like was lost at the beach, like was sent to the beach for a bit. It might have defeat the BTs. This is interesting because I don't remember getting like many main missions where it required us to actually just like there was no delivery. It was literally just shitting on some people. Oh no, I am delivering the bullets. I am delivering something.
The area we've identified is located in these ruins.
Okay.
So to prevent that, we need to There's no shortage of collapsed buildings and hiding spots there, and the timefall isn't letting up anytime soon either.
Oh God.
Since you also have cargo for the research lab with you, take care not to let it get damaged by the timefall.
Okay.
A request for a timefall shelter was registered in that vicinity. If you build one near that spot, you can use it to escape any BTs that may be pursuing.
Who shot themselves? Oh, it's Rose!
Stash your backpack in a timefall shelter?
Oh, so we can build a shelter there, hide our shit and cargo.
Consider requisitioning a PCC and taking it along with you so you can fabricate a shelter for added peace.
Okay.
The only one we can.
You can't sniff it. We'll build it. We'll build. Oh, I'm gonna need boots, guys. I'm actually gonna need boots. And we'll, yeah, recycle it to materials. And then we'll fabricate a PCC. So that we could take this. There we go. The cargo for treats. Oh, okay, I'll give you all the treats. I gotta deliver the cargo. This, we'll see if this is my last one. No need for boots? What do you mean, Ajax? I'm gonna, it's gonna hurt my feet. Oh my God. Okay, wait. In the northeast area. Boots help seal the. Ugh. Don't make me vom. Do I still have cargo? I do. I have repair. Fucking pukes everywhere. Oh, okay, fluffy slippers it is. I like the sound of fluffy flippers. Fluffy slipper. Where? As long as it's not in front of me. Oh, speaking of in front of me. Timoy! I miss wearing my steel-toed boots. Does actually sound fun. It sounds like you could kick something and it not hurt, you know? Timo, Timo, Timo. Do 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 do. I'm so tired, Loki. Same. I want to freaking take a nap. That's kind of the point. Oh, baby Ajax. Grapefruits you. Grapefruits you? Gapes you. Uxia gapes you. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna make sure we get to that area to build the time shelter. Oh, daddy. Okay, I made it. Oh my god. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep. Is that real? All right. A timefall shelter. Yeah. Oh, Ajax, let me join you. I want a nap.
Construction process now complete.
Where could it say? Do I just drop my shit here then? Offload the cargo here and go fight the BTs? I got room on top. W. What do you mean I don't have the items? I literally will have my blood grenade. Wrong way. Trip follow. No! Tony, where's your stuff? You gotta find it? Okay. Where is this BT I'm supposed to find? Not aid request. Tony, how far are you in this game? Oh. No! 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 Why? Oh. I said, oh my God. Bro, they're so aggressive. I'm trying. I don't want to get caught. I don't want to die. Bro, scale the wall, my guy. Oh, oops. What the? I don't think I'm doing this mission right. It wants me to hunt BTs? No, I don't want to go back. Why? I know, I'm impatient. Fuck you. This isn't even mine, I'm just taking it. Oh my God. Wait, Tony, why do these whales look like you IRL? Please. Okay. Dude, where the fuck is this shitty? Fucking, let me use this fucking shitty. Or just take this, take this. Somebody has random fucking tar eruption. Yeah, it's not even mine. It's not even mine. It's someone else's. Why does that look at me? Oh, I wasn't actually preparing for a follow-up question, you know. I was just yeah. Okay, look, now I'm sneaky. Does this make you happy? Oh, what have you done? A pink pony girl. I did, but I was like, I had to trust. There one lob a nade at his face. Where? How do you see them? What is behind me in the sky? You want me to fuck it up? Oh, I didn't know I could fuck it up. Oh. This thing? You want me to fuck this thing up? I did it. Oopsie, I did it. Thank you for the head pads. Yeah. Whoa. I need another one. If you hit see it, you'll know the direction. Okay. I need another BT. Oh, I'm winning. Dude, I would be so OP if I didn't have stick drift. I'm gonna buy the Steam controller for $100 now.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Steven!
Lizard, lizard.
Wait, do I have no more grenades? Guys, I have no more grenades. Cavi, I'm back. You were ghost of IRL or in-game? Do I need to put more blood in me? What do you mean used? Why do you still show up in my inventory if you're used? Oh, in-game. I want to play now. And I dropped the empty one, right? Kathy, bring me food. You coward. Almost lost my streak, been busy. That's okay. Are you hanging in there, see you? Hopefully it hasn't been too much of a lucky day. Welcome back. 6 years ago? It was less than that. Every time I offered, you were like, now. Fuck Five Guys. I'm having waffles. Oh my god, stop drifting. Where's my burger that I've... Oh my god, now you start... Look, you started everyone off, Kathy. Everyone's gonna be like, when I get rich and famous, that's what's gonna happen when I win the lottery. Hope promised me a fuck you. Hope promised me a burger. I can... No, see you, you're always lewd. It's supposed to be like a Five Guys burger. I'm starving over here. I'm kind of hungry too. How many more BTs are there? Are they done? Even I never miss. The only thing I miss is when I pee. Wow, I think they're all gone. They can't be all gone. Coco! My Coco Melon, hi! Do not sell your tyrant friend to a tent. What did you do? I know. Zavi, I want burgers. Not myself or guys or anything. I want burgers. Yo, friends, you gotta check out Coco. They're a really cool artist, really nice person. Dungeons and Dragons. How was Dungeons and Dragonings? That sounds fucking fun. Yeah, did I finish it? Yes, we did it. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Did you have fun? What happened in your adventure? Did you have a good time? Straight longer throw. I love your little celebrate. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot people do Dungeons and Dragons style Pokemon games. And they sold the Tyrant player. How do you sell a Tyrant player? What's it? What is a Tyrant anyways? Is it a Pokemon? Can you? We can't sell. You can't sell people anymore. We don't do that anymore. I got sold. Almost got to. Nayudo, I love you. How you doing?
This ain't bad.
Ah, here we go. It's streaking again. And butt rubs. From X and Y. I don't even know what X and Y is. I never played it. You're probably doing today. Oh, like working? Oh, are you waiting to be like called in? Ew. Don't go in. Tell them you're thick. I'm probably, but I don't want to. Oh, D&D. Oh, don't do it today. Tell them you're thick. Sniffle. Snot pouring out everywhere. Oh, when I wake up, babe, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. Bum, bum. Oh, cancel. You're the D&D master. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, W music. W music. Yes. True. Can I wake up next to you? Yeah. The best thing is not waking up to the person beside you. It's waking up to the person beside you and they have a burger. And they're like, hey, I got this for you. Fire mind!
What could be worse than the Mr. Evil's guy? I asked non-evilly. Me is worse, said the Mr. Super Evil.
Whoa, no!
What did he know about Larry?
Larry, no! Now I'm sad. Why are you sad? Cutie says, what? No! I would have a burger if you sent me one, just saying. All right. Let me get that credit card. Why do they? ISO is like, what do you mean they have a burger in my bed? That's gonna get everywhere. That's the point. Just bite into the burger and it fucking gushes everywhere. I sleep alone. Zenato, that gave off the, like, I don't need friends. They disappoint me energy. Is it actually? I've never gotten grease in the bed. No crumbs in the bed? Nayudo. God, I love that name. Nayudo. It's just unclear. Bit into partner and they gushed everywhere. Oh! Ooh, damn it. Oh, that's the... I'm just lonely physically. Oh, I thought you wanted... No, it's the other emotes, Maxwell. Stop, Firemine. I want that burger. Fuck. Guys, you're gonna make me order. I'm trying to save money until I get paid, guys. By Twitch. By Twitch. I get paid, like, not next week, but the week after. I'm just trying to stick to, like, grocery budget. W. Yeah, yeah, fuck right. Fuck right it is.
Picked up some lost cargo, I see. Should be enough. We never doubted you'd ship. Once you
Solution make burger. I would need to buy beef, but to be fair, I do need... Tony, to be fair, I do actually need to shop for bread and butter, so I might as well get beef while I'm at it. What is that emote, Alex? Nothing pizza with, yeah, boneless pizza with left beef. Oh. Bread and butter. No, I just need to order them because I want some bread and butter for my breakfast. My dinner tonight is gonna be, I meal prepped, like, basically chicken wraps. Like, I have chicken cooked and I just shred it. I'm putting in my mayonnaise filled chicken wrap with lettuce, tomatoes, onions, cucumbers, olives. Oh, it's so good. You eat a chicken wrap every night? Yeah, but it's cheap, bro. That's why you meal prep, honestly, is because it's technically, like, it's great budgeting, and I'm able to count my calories a lot easier. I've lost almost 15 pounds now from being on that diet. I put you in my butt. Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes. Anti-BT effect added. Can I now... MP bullets are now effective? Are they the same? Because in the first game, you had to use different guns. Right? But now can a regular gun... Are the bullets loaded with both at the same time?
Sam?
Yeah. And I've been kicking ass at Soaring Fitness.
I used to work at
My W Fitness instructor.
I was a Bridges employee, reporting directly to Deadman. So, when I was offered the opportunity to collaborate with him here, studying the Death Stranding and BTs, I jumped at the chance. And here I am. And now, you're here too. You actually couldn't have come at a better time.
Any MP gun is a non-lethal universal, so I can fight BTs with them, right, Tony? Bald. Alex, he has your name. Oh. That should be very effective. Okay.
It's hard. So that will...
People safety too. That's kind of nice, honestly. It's less weapon management than in the first game where it's just like, this gun is lethal, this gun is non-lethal, but doesn't work on BTs. This gun is lethal and does work on BTs, but I shouldn't use it against... Breading. How bad for one salad does a chicken bar for breading with spicy nuts? I have no idea. You kinda just have to count, I guess, the calories and your, like, Yeah, that's like stuff to check your like shit with like cholesterol levels and see how. Zavi, no! Punches your bed until it turns into an item like in Minecraft and takes it and runs away. Zavi's, yes. Ah.
It's been too long, Sam.
Deadman!
You were a good friend to me.
Oh.
One I could never forget.
It sounds like a lot of carbs-ish. You have chicken though, so like I can't be mad.
That's why I took steps to ensure that this message would only play upon your arrival. The sensors were set to scan for your biometric.
For Sam to get over his fear of like touch and to run to hug, bro, that's insane.
Now this was originally a geophysics laboratory established for the study of earthquakes.
Feet!
And for that reason, it holds a wealth of documentation on gatequakes, tar currents, and placates. As well, I discovered, as research data on the other side.
I love it, Chewie. It makes me happy.
What I'm about to tell you, I learned after I came to this place.
Okay. What did we learn about BBs?
Imagine that this is the lab.
Okay.
Though it's relatively close to the northern tip of South America, the continent is entirely cut off from us by a tar belt. And so we have no idea what's going on down there. Nor do we know the state of any continent other than our own.
Okay.
The researchers here were trying to establish contact with the rest of the world.
Yeah, he did, but it slowly like got over with.
Used to launch research satellites. So they tried launching a variety of probes and drones in the hope of obtaining observational data. With no success.
Really?
The Earth, you see, is shrouded in a thick layer of chiralium.
Oh, there's chiral clouds and destroys electronics. Yeah.
They tried sending ships across the ocean. Oh, yes. Oh, but that failed too.
Why?
The high concentration of chiralium in open water proved too corrosive, invariably causing them to sink.
That would be scary.
Rare birds on their
Kinda, Alex, at the moment. Okay.
Nice birdie, nice birdie.
And can it exist?
Was just the beginning.
Wait, so birds can live?
Discovered a strange anomaly. Well, the surrounding area was heavily contaminated with chiralium. Yes. This is beautiful.
Hope can we have a chat
would later
about
dub the
Gooning?
anomaly a plate gate. But
Plate gate. 1 second, Maxwell.
You began to expand the chiral network across North America, and that the gate grew larger in tandem with the network itself.
Okay.
What started as a tiny fissure in space became so much more. The researchers used cameras to study the gate and its surrounding area. Now, to their surprise, they caught footage of some unusual marsupials. Yes, a kind you wouldn't expect to normally encounter in Central America, like the birds. But to confirm their suspicions...
Wait, so other animals are here?
They sent an autonomous robot.
Now, the main problem area is up here. All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical
were consistent
discomfort.
with the archived geological data from the southern hemisphere.
Right, okay. Did it make it through?
Several men and women came through the gate.
Okay.
They spoke English. And they confirmed that they had indeed come from faraway Australia.
How did they get from Australia? Tony! That's where you live!
North and Central America had survived. Ours was not the last bastion of humanity.
Okay.
Australia had suffered the Death Stranding.
No, Australia! Dude, Death Stranding is the least of their concerns. They have fucking spiders and shit.
Conducted a series of tests. paving the way for an expedition to Australia that would lay the groundwork for chiral network expansion.
Australia.
Installed surveillance equipment, that is, so that the gate could be monitored from the Mexican side.
Okay.
Necessity to this day, as Australia is not yet connected.
So we need Mexico to reach Australia?
They may not have dreams of conquest and control, but
I don't know. I didn't. It's a portal. Wait, from Australia to where?
they were so determined to connect Australia to the network in the first place.
So Australia's connected to Central America?
I suppose
Or
that's all I have to say about the plate gate.
wait, I have info on it. Hold on. A phenomenon that appeared near the research lab in Mexico around the time that Sam first began. No, Roxy! Oh, Roxy, it's not. Wow.
Causing me the most physical.
The bites you. I'm so good. What do you mean? It's good to see you, Roxy. How are you doing today? Beginning at first only. Guys, Roxy streams too. It's W. No, Australia is connected to Mexico. So a phenomenon happened while we were connecting in the first game. Take a walk on my treadmill while watching. Oh my god, I need a treadmill. Send me one, bro. Or invite me and I want to walk on a treadmill. That sounds awesome. I have to go get food soon though. So, because this phenomenon happened. Because they started finding creatures from Australia in Mexico. Currently in existence. It's the only plate gate currently in existence. But they could exist so far. I think none of the animals are like weird. Stream from treadmill? Dude, I would be so powerful if I had a treadmill, Roxy. Or one of those like bikes, because then I can stream while biking. Or like maybe like put treadmill as a redeem or some shit. Like I have to do like 5 to 10 minutes of treadmill stuff. It's through a phenomenon, Maxo. We get Osmex, we do. I know, right, Alex? That's what I'm scared about. Hook treadmill to get. There's the people in VR know how to do that. I don't have the equipment, but there's that rotational device thing. It's like a circular thing, and as you walk and move on it, it like moves with you, and you could travel. You could connect. You could make your walking in the game. What if I connected it to this? What if I connected it to this game? And so I had to physically be like walking.
Sam, a gigantic BT just showed up outside.
Does that push-ups, squats, and sit-ups the dream? Oh. Push-ups are a little bit hard, Roxy. I'm not in my prime as I used to be. I used to be like a martial artist and shit, right? But I after like surgery and growing lazy and shit, I've lost my muscle stuff. I'm trying to get it back though. I
don't know what this is, but it's
oh fuck. I was gonna pause here, but I guess we have to deal with the BT. I am trying to get it back through soaring fitness. Give me feet pictures, please. Buy me a 20 bucks. 20, you know what? 25 to cover tip for the driver or some shit. Everything has a price, baby. No, I'm joking. Or weed. Is it low? I don't know the feet market, Tony. I don't know the feet market. How much do people get for feet pics these days? I give you weed. Yes, German weed. Neither, I'm just assuming. Gas, grass, or free stream sub. That's Roxy's, and if you need a favor from Roxy, either sub to Roxy's stream or gas or grass. Nothing else. Bro gets ass already. stretchies. Okay. I mean, MP bullets are effective. Okay. Okay, I'll do this. Gas. I also love snorting gas as well. I already have bullets though, right? Like I already got a gun. I guess I could build a machine gun. I don't know, maybe. I'll just add it just in case. I've never used a machine gun before. But I think it'd be dope. We're entering a full combat. I did. Do we have blood bag? We also have like two sets of blood grenades. I think we're good. I think we actually win this. Wish I got asked to come home to. What about gas or Graius? Hi, Epson, it's going well. No pipe bombs allowed. What if I press this button? Blood back. Oh, GG's Maxwell, you exploded. I wish they made Ring Fit for the Switch too. I need a Ring Fit too, guys. I'm okay. All right, whose ass am I kicking? No, where's my guns? I'm good with my assault rifle, bro. Where is it? I want to know. Whoa, look at that shit. Bro, it's so big. Holy shit. This is what we get for making friends with Australia. It's a floating head. Teo, oh my god, I haven't seen you in a year. Oh my god. Teo, I love you. How are you doing? It's great to see you. A dog toy? Bites. Yo, Teo, how's it going? Friends, check out Teo, a long-time W friend of mine. How are you liking Windrose? Windrose is actually low-key peak. It's so big. We're in trouble now. Squeak squeak from Otter Creek. Oh my god, I love you. Dude, I'm doing well. How's it going? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? Friends, welcome on it. If you don't know who I am, my name is Hope. I'm your #1 Panda Dragon Mom on the internet. I hope you're doing well. I could also be referred to as your Stoner Dragon Mom too. But it's good to see you all. I play variety games, and Friday I play horror games, and I make content on YouTube and TikTok. So, wait, throwback Alex. If any of that tickles your toes, you know where to stick that nose. We just got into Iron. I haven't played it much. Like, I just started it, played for about 4-ish hours, 4 to 5 hours, give or take. And then, but yeah, I've been meaning to play more of it. It looks so good. Oh, ew. Guys, we're playing Death Stranding 2, and we're about to fight a giant ass head. I'm about to give some giant ass head. No, I'm joking. It's a joke. Oh my god. Yahooch! Okay. Thank you for teaching me how to dodge. Bro, I needed more blood bags. I'm gonna be real, I think we needed like 50 more blood bags. Now here is Roxy. This is on Roxy's Hear Me Out cake. Oh. This one. Spoilers to the mages that you should always keep your punches maxed out. Oh. Thanks for the assault rifle, friend. Oh, shit. Ew. Oh my god. Wait, hear me out, hear me out. Where are my grenades? Oh, I missed both. I'm gonna lose my mind. I missed both.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
You're beautiful.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Crazy word. Who am I? Hear me, okay? Oh god. Dude, I totally dodged. What do you mean? Help me! Am I done for? Oh. Pretend you want. Excuse. What is this? What is this? Why is this a, why is this an option? You skipped the fight? That's so funny. Why did I read that so weird too? I'm gonna eat you, Tony. There's no way you didn't die to a boss. Hi, Spectrum. Ouch! Question for Kojima, what? Oh my god. Oh my god, what is that? Bro, eat. You can eat all of my asshole. No, helpful spirits, no! Maxwell, haha, no. Okay, bombarded time. Thank you, Tony. Blood grenade, blood bag. Oh my god, that was so close. He actually almost ate me again. Why eat me? I need to stream. Dude, W music too. Oh, GG's. Coco! Not like a Souls game, dodge. Oh, okay, okay. If I don't get lore on this thing, I quit. Oh, I have to be careful. Yo, somebody got sucked up by the giant BT. Look. Give me your assault rifle, bitch. Let's go. Thank you. W guys, W. See death on my Stranding until I on the beach. Oh my god. Follow Jal immediately. He's like one of my favorite streamers ever. I always love tuning in. Ask Diva. I heard. Why am I? Is it gaved? W. And play Jal's game. Play Jal's game. Thank you, Alex. Ah! I hope you're doing well, Jal, and having a good day today. W, head denied. So no head. General. Gibby woke up not long ago. Oh my god, isn't it like super late? Isn't it like... What time is it for you? You got a long night. I'm on my way. Well, welcome to Canada and goodbye from Canada, Tara. Ain't no way. I'm just too good, Alex. I'm just too good. I can't. There's just so many W's, Alex. I can't keep carrying all these W's.
Sam, this is
no, it's super early. Wait, what? Where are you, Jal? Or are you just pretending it's super early?
Local chiral density is already dropping fast. I think we can all rest easy for now. You've saved a lot of lives.
Ah.
We won't forget that. Head to the research lab's private room and take a break. You've earned it.
It's early for Jal right now. Yummy. We did it. Yeah, check out Jal. Fun streamer. It is early. It's early for you. What time is it in Australia? Special American Bear. What is this? I'll take this. She Death Stranding on me. Dude, that was such a good fight. I can't wait to fight more. I picked up Alex Weatherstone's Lost a W. W Alex. Ah! Okay, so after I return, I could finally eat. Where am I going? Where's home? Where? Okay, I'm going that way. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. John! Oh, that's so good to know. Maxwell, do you like it being late? Yeah. We made it. As if I'm not done chapter 1 though, is my real like shock. It's 7 a.m. Oh, it's time for food. Dude, it's time to pound back the largest extra cheesy pizza ever. Hey, I found this cargo. It's not mine, but I think somebody was looking for it.
Hey, Sam. I've been waiting. Stuff goes missing all the time, but it looks like today.
Now displaying your current port entry.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
you know you can borrow the private room whenever you want, right?
Obviously, brother, you just sent me out to shit on a BT. No wonder I'm tired. I can pound something, that's for sure. Why'd you say it like that? Sorry, should I have said it something differently? Yuck. I'm a murderer. I'll do it again. I had sunburn? I don't even know how I collect sunburns. Like Pokemon cards? Well, you know the sun, right? Sun is a deadly
As I said
laser.
before, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Lou. You see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging into BB-28's past.
Okay.
And Lou's. I found the BB decommissioning records. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago.
Berlin boy.
Lou first met.
That's BB-28?
This is the child officially
I don't know what this is,
identified
but
as BB-28.
it's kind of hot.
The sun or Sam.
You see at once that it can't possibly be Lou.
No, we love Corgi.
Right there at
Hi,
the
Berlin.
office,
I'm
the
doing
first
well.
Nothing.
How are you doing today?
We have another BB-28 on our hands.
Why? Wait. I missed what he said.
Memorably went west and back not so long ago. That is Lou.
Okay.
Per regulations, the serial number assigned to each BB was unique. No two units should have ever been assigned the same one.
So there's a unit that has the same one?
Check the details with the most up-to-date entries in the UCA database. And indeed, there is no reason to believe BB-28 survived.
Right.
All of which can only mean, Sam, that the bridge baby you carried with you on your journey across America, Lou,
Yeah?
was never recorded in the official database.
Oh.
So, where then did Lou come from?
Yeah.
Right now, your guess is as good as
Oh,
mine.
I want some food. I want some food too. That sounds good.
To your advantage, since it's functionally impossible for the UCA or Bridges to track a BB of which they have no record.
So BB is safe, technically. My Lou is safe.
about a BB that could live and grow outside the pod. They'd want to secure it for study.
Yeah.
So take comfort in the knowledge that they don't. That you're free.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Blue in peace.
W. Deadman.
How is it, by the way? The two of you living as a family. Right. I have gifts for you. A few things to take back home. An assortment of vaccines to be administered as your child grows up.
Yo, bro, that's Artie. Hi, how you doing? Bridge baby, yeah. They're known as bridge babies,
It's
which are
natural for children to be afraid of shots. Maybe this will help put Lou's mind at ease.
a little dangly thing. That's cute.
A token of my affection. You can collect it via the delivery terminal when you leave.
Aw, dude, Deadman's W uncle or W like god dad or however we want to fit Deadman into this family.
There's one more thing I wanted to share with you.
The back rooms. I said your favorite word.
As you know, everyone is meant to go to their own beach when they die.
Yeah, everyone has their own beach.
Unlike most people, I wasn't born from a mother.
That's true. Wait.
I was born from an artificial womb.
So where will you go?
Transplants provided the organs I never had.
Will you have access to multiple beaches?
And had no beach, I believed.
Right,
I
okay.
wasn't about to accept that.
Okay.
I went back home to study the Ha and Ka and the beach. I threw myself into my work.
Oh shit, what was the ha and ka? That was like stuff to do with the knots, right? Oh no, body and soul. Body and soul basically, right? Yeah.
I think I've done all that I can.
Now I remember. It's been forever since the first game.
Frankenstein's monster.
What do you like, Maxwell? Not those types of knots, Duskies. Hi, sweetie. Okay.
I don't have long left.
No, why?
So I've devoted my remaining time to research.
Why does it no if
That's why I'm here, Sam. Where I can focus on the beach. There's so much data here, Sam. On beach formation, jumping via beaches, the relationship between the beach and placates. All the evidence.
Oh, I see myself. Tony answered it for you, Joshi.
Enough for me to make
it's a tool used to bridge like from the life to the dead. It's so the living can see the dead.
Lived as a human.
AKA the beached ones or whatever. Classic beaches.
A machine.
Me too.
With a ha and a ka and a beach to go with them.
Oh, wait, so he found his beach.
Lastly.
No, Lou is alive. Lou is alive. Lou was supposed to be dead. Okay.
I told you once that I didn't have dooms. But that's not actually true. Not that I was lying, you understand.
What?
I just didn't know. It was only after I found my beach that I realized. Chiral, allergic reaction. I can feel it getting closer. I'm off to the beach, Sam. To my beach. Take care of yourself.
Wait, no. Wait, no, he can't. I hate this game already now. I don't want to play anymore.
Did you know about this?
No. It's news to me, too. I'm sorry that man is gone. But he would have been pleased that you managed to extend the UCA network all the way to his lab. Thank you, Sam.
Guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
To Bayern.
Come on back, Sam. Lou misses you too.
You should, Joshy, the baby. I want. No, what? I don't like this game anymore, Tony. It just started, bro. They couldn't afford? That better not be true. I will literally poop myself. Math! Mathies! Mathy. Joshy, this is a game. If you haven't really played the first game, this is like a lot of like to take in. If you haven't played. Why? Arctic Awakening, were you able to play the game? All you need to know right now is that everyone has their own beach, which is essentially everyone has, in a way, everyone has their own, like, it's like a pathway to the afterlife, if that makes sense. And it's not quite, if I remember correctly, it's not quite the afterlife. Oh, it's their is it actually their afterlife, or is it like the middle part? Is it the middle part where they cross to their afterlife? Because I always thought it was I always thought it was the middle part of the afterlife. Like you were there before you like fully died. Everyone's beach is different. Oh, okay. So it is their afterlife. But some people still remain on the beaches and come from their beaches back to the normal world, and those are like the BTs. Are they sandy beaches or stony beaches? Both? One time Stranding Souls and started this whole thing. Oh yeah, didn't she like chill out for a little bit? Didn't quite die, but she was still on a beach? You don't buy a beach. It's just how the game describes their afterlife. Live stream, yeah. Hi Ori, how's it going? Francesco Math, he's cool. Norman Reedus is Hobson. Math, OBS sucked. Why? What happened, sweetheart? Ori, how are you? It's good to see you. Guys, I'm getting so hungry. I might wanna. Nobody buys a beach, Joshy. You're not listening. Oh yeah, could come and go from beaches. Right. Living people, anyways, true. I want to eat. Guys, I might want to go eat. No, he found his beach. He thought he didn't have a beach because he was like a test tube baby, basically.
Go eat gall.
Gore. But he found his. He was able to like. Naturally, everyone just has a beach. Play the first game, Joshy. It'll answer so many fucking questions for you. No, just play the first game. Go play the first game. Or look up a YouTube video of a summary of the first one if you don't plan on playing it. And then you can come back to me. The man was made and not born. Yeah, I'm so happy he found his beach. The best character in the game, Joshy. You're asking so many questions and it's hurting me. It's giving me psychic damage. My question is, when did with Leo DiCaprio? Yeah. My question is, when did Deadman die? Why was the old guy in the bed? Because he let me suck his dick all the time. That's why. Who is cutting onions? Sorry. Sometime before your trip? No, just a few. Happen. If you look, you'll see the main menu has a what the fuck. Yeah, that is true. It does. Jealous? It was just a few minutes ago, right? I'm hungry. And Leon told me to eat food. Guys, this might be my stopping point. It's almost 5 hours anyways. It's almost 5 hours. Guys, go eat. I will. I don't. Not necessarily, just the last name. What did you get how did you get, what? Are you okay? True. Mizuki, oh shit. Okay, one scrundle. And then we go. Not necessarily. He was in the first game and he didn't die, so you kind of like... I'm done answering questions. No more question asking. I'm getting slightly annoyed. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. Yeah. Wait, it turns out the buffet my GF took me to had really bad health score. You didn't look. Wait, did you read the reviews? You were the only one affected by poisoning. Yeah, and it's hard to just answer when you were asking like 30 to 40 different questions. So it's just like, take our advice. You take our advice. Play the first game, or if you don't want to play the first game, watch a summary of the whole thing. Yeah. Alright, 1 or 2, guys. Have a movie week? Yeah. Oh, I gotta shrink myself. Hold on. Okay. This is where our vote's gonna go, okay? I'm so thirsty too, guys. I need water. 1, 2, 2. What is this? What is Snatty? 3 for parents? It's a demi roll in Australia. Wait, Tony, you're from Australia. What the fuck is a demi roll? Is that chicken? It's gross? Is that what it is? It's a dim sum roll? A dim sums roll? Okay, we'll vote here. Alright, now the real game starts. The real game. Ooh. 2 or 1. Do we want chips with a piri dusting, aka spicy chips, or a hot wiener with an IPA? Bro, that weenie on the... I've got a weenie on the left to show you. JK, it's gone. Guys, you were right. Whoever said 2, you were right. 1 or 2. Burger on the left for $7 with some nachos, or the same thing, piri dusting chips. Probably the burger, guys, for $7. hot wiener biases. Oh. I don't know. That's a steal at $7, right? Prime rib cheeseburger. Does this look good? For $8? Ugh. Or burger with cheese with a hard seltzer. Ugh. They're both ass, by the way. They look both ass. For how much? For $25. Wait, number 2 is $25. Definitely the first one. Yeah. Okay, first one, guys. First one. That's crazy. What the fuck? Lock mac and veal with all the ingredients, or a macaroni and cheese chorizo pie. Fuck, my stoner ass would eat both of them. What's Bad Daddy's? A mac and cheese, Roxy? I'm gonna try same. Alright, I see you guys. Mac and cheese. A fish finger baguette or the captain's mama with bacon and hot. Stop, I'm so hungry, Roxy. Oh my god, I'm so hungry, Roxy. Really? You guys want the fish finger more? A fish fingered what? Tartar sauce is available. Both? I kind of want the drink, but hey. Miyako, I love you. Sunday dinner. There has to be Sunday dinner. Or mushy peas and bread. Mushy peas? Ugh. Get the fish glizzy, true. Somebody told me to have mushy peas with the tiniest hint of mint sauce. Are you allergic to peas? A chicken burger, where's the chicken? Or a chicken leek gammon pie. Tiny Hope is crashes out. No, I just hate peas. Okay. One looks good because the chips save it. Let's be real. Welcome back, Flosion. Guys, I hope German food. I might. Much love, Miyako. Number 1, I see you. That pie looks as dry as my vagina right now. I'm joking. Which one? What does that mean, Flosion? Hey, finally, spoiler free. Yes, it's a joke. Attic, I love you. How are you? Attic, it's so good already. Death Stranding 2 is so good early. No spoilers, guys. Wipe all the peas. Price for 1. It's all for you, Roxy, to drink. No more spoilers for Death Stranding, because Attic's here, okay? So no, we don't talk about Death Stranding. Attic's my bestie. Attic, video edit more for me. I want cool videos from you.
Shut the hell up.
You bitch. Hate peas and the British people? What do you mean? Attic, Alex, who else is British? There are so many British people here. You're... Same? Okay, 1, guys. The United Pie, steak, chili, and cheese, or I'm not having an onion sandwich, guys. Inferno applause. Shut the hell up, bitch. Just please feed me. Oh my god, make me needs Niche 111. Hi Inferno, how are you, sweetheart? Ew! What is that? Grilled cheese? Or a cold hot dog? I think it's meat. Oh, that's fair, man. That ain't a grilled cheese. Take a break. I'm so burnt out. You're going to floss soon, right? Yeah, where is the cheese? Dude, virality soon. Oh my god, Roxy, what are we gonna do? Virality soon. I'm gonna vomit. I'm so nervous. Too, okay. Guys, 10 out of 10 grand. You got a booth at Virality? I never replied. Don't have a fit though. Dude, either buy one if you have the funds, or I think some people give out free assets. I'll take a peek if I find any. Can't stop it. Alright, I got you. I'm working. I also work for a Virality. But outside of that, if my boss lets me and unchains me from my desk, then I could come hang out. Oh, Roxy, thank you for the headphones. I think I'm still crying. There we go. Oh, wait, or am I? No. I made myself cry. There we go. Another round? You guys want another round? Okay. You submitted art for the art show? Drop my name. They'll see my name, Leon, and they'll go like, damn, that person knows Hope. Okay, put the art in. Dude, I'ma flick your nose. I do need to fucking eat, guys. Okay, let's do the Friday one. At least last Friday one. At least the last Friday one. Because the Friday ones are funny. I love pickles or I hate pickles. Do we like pickles or do we hate pickles, guys? We haven't done it in a minute. Oh, Bandle. Okay, we could do Bandle. Guys, I'm vetoing. I have tried oat milk. I have tried oat milk. I've tried which one? Oat milk or almond milk? And what does that mean, Leon? What do you prefer? Almond? Both? I'm gonna put 2. Chinese is my favorite foreign cuisine. Indian is my favorite foreign cuisine. One or two. Show me the titty on the almond. I think Chinese for me, but my stoned ass wants Chinese food right now so bad. I'd rather have a pudding than a starter. I'd rather have a starter than a pudding. Pudding! I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? One. I better see one. We'll do Bandle in a second. What do you mean, Roxy? I would never eat crickets. I would never eat dog meat. Which one? Would we never eat dog meat or would we never eat crickets? 2? I've eaten crickets too. Me too. Oh my god, Roxy, we're on that grind together. Oh, I feel you, boo. I have never tried boba tea. I have never used an air fryer. Which one? I've tried both, so I don't know. I think we're kind of split on this. I've tried both. I'm gonna hit 1 because I feel like less people have tried boba tea. I consider croissants, pastries to be bread. I have eaten octopus. Why is it gotta use that picture? Croissants, yeah, this is bread. This is bread, right? Because it's an octopus. Oh, my bad. I guess we gotta guess which people guess more. I prefer sparkling water to still water. I keep my bread in the fridge. I actually keep my bread outside the fridge, personally. Both are wrong. I'll show you something wrong. I consider soup to be a drink. Get out of here. I have tried potato. Can you even milk a potato? Can you even milk a potato? Bread and fridge is such a white people thing. Wait, is it, Roxy? So I don't even remember. One. Shit, did I keep my bridge? I always thought the opposite. Bread taste though? I feel like it used to go in the... Did it used to go in the fridge for me? I don't remember. My parents said that... See, I switched. I was like... I had white people training growing up, and then I had black people training for my teenage years and up until I moved out. So like I had the whole like experience like turn around a little bit. I think the world is getting worse. I have never had food stolen or attacked by this. Teo, which one is it? Which one is it? Two, luckily I've never had my phones. If we had extra bread, we'd freeze it. Yeah, I remember freezing bread. I think people picked the Shoxy. I meant to DM you. I'm sorry. No, it was number 2. I hate this game. This game sucks. Bandle, and then I go eat. Okay, daily bandle. No, I love you, Shoxy. I'm sorry. Reaches for you. Okay, guys, lock in. No looking up. No perfect. No. Guys, lock in. Released. Don't look this up. It was released in 2010. It got 100 million views. Donkey Kong got beat. Buck Bumble? You can't say Buck Donkey Kong, that'd be spooky, scary. Is it? Well, let's see. Is spooky, scary? Gangnam Style can be on there. We'll guess it. No. Okay, here's the guitar. It sounds like a train song. It sounds like a train song, Freebird. It feels game I don't think Buck Bumble is on here. No. I know it, but not the name. Sing it. It sounds like a train song. No, you all know it, do we? It's the Radish. What's the Radish song? What's Leak Spin? Does someone have the title of the Leak Spin song? Team Wolf, hi. Oh my god, thank you for the bits and your first time to see Ivan Polka. It's not a thing, guys. Ilvin? Hi, Sandra. Thank you, Keem. You're very kind. How are you? It's nothing Polka. It's not Polka. Miku? It doesn't, it's nothing polka. It's nothing polka. I'm doing well. Lloyd Tuma, it's not Lloyd Tuma either. Can we listen to it again? Listen. I have no idea. I'm doing well, Keem. I'm hungry though. I'm about to devour something after this. I might make a soup really quickly after. Oh, well, we can move to the next one. Papa Dila. I know, I can see. I have to get something. Name a song that was released in the early 2000s. I'll just guess my train song. It's probably not. Okay, listen. Oh, true. Piano and saxophone are added, guys. Piano and saxophone are added. Listen. Oh, ba-ba-da. What is this song? You guys know this. What's the title of it? We don't, it's Americano. We don't speak no Americano or whatever. Oh. What do you mean? You told us all. You wanted us to leak spin on this shit. What were the top run guesses? Blurred Lines? Yippee, you did it! You guys did it! Yay! Alright, you guys are smart. That's our daily. There's like a music crossword one that I would do. So play what? Play the fucking, did you want to hear the... Baba DLE. Free packs? Oh my god, there's like more songs you could guess if you just wanted to. Past 7 days? Guys, I'll give you Saturday one. I'm hungry, but I'll give you oh. Ew. Oh, you have to pay money. Fuck this place. Alright, guys. I'm hungry as shit. Thank you so much for joining me today. Yeah, Roxy, dance. Mom, go get... Yes, Mom is gonna go get food. I love you guys so much. Guys, as you know, it's my days off. I will enjoy it. It's my day off. Monday and Tuesday. Oh, hands up. I can. Shit, which song? Wait, I thought we heard it. I thought we heard it in that game that I was playing. I don't remember though. I'll miss you. Always nice ones. I wish you had more days off. I wish. Who do I raid? I think, who did you raid today? Me! Nope, I don't think it's a... Oh, okay. Oh, no! It's CC after all that shit? Oh, shit. Maybe I haven't raided Tikri, honestly. So maybe I should raid Tikri. To be fair... I think bro could use some lovin'. Yeah, let's get... I don't think I haven't raided Tikri in a while anyways. So I think that lines up perfectly. Okay, W raid suggestion, Attic. I want to raid Vixie next time because I have this back and forth thingy going on Vixie because she always raids me, always hit her back with another raid, and then she hits me with the raid not too. Wait, and guys, someone get me. No, you don't have to, but I want to play Gamble with Your Friends. It looks fun. It looks actually really fun. All right. Intro like Corgi's intro. I don't know Corgi's intro, and plus I suck at making shit. I did make V's re-debut video. Hope is you did. If you guys see my repost in Blue Sky, you can see I made V's re-debut video. It's an intro with songs. That sounds so cool. But I need to. Is it a song about him? Because then I would have to write a song. I'd have to figure out how to make my own song or make my own music or commission it. I guess I could commission it. I need a fucking piss now too. Guys, you've distracted me long enough. You distracted me long enough. I need to piss. I need to shit. I actually don't need to shit. I need to eat. Distraction bites you. Text me, Shoxy. Oh hey, how do I use my emotes? Yeah, well, let's gamble with your friends. It's when you it's when you eat my ass. Okay, thank you. It's when you close your eyes and play Who's in My Mouth. Don't play that game. And I've never played that game. Don't just not.
I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
Roxy, I promise I'm a good person. I'm so polite. Oh my god, I'm so sorry you see this side of me. So you better prepare. Okay, I will. Okay. Just eats you. Just eats you. I don't know. What's our what's our raid message?
Hope I will talk to you about the song like someday on Discord.
Bitch.
We keep track of unhinged. Oh no. Everyone's gonna know me in Feraldi's staff team. But they're gonna know me as the wrong. I'm gonna work so hard. And then that's one of your jobs? Oh, I keep okay. Is it, was that in the job? Okay, it doesn't, okay, it's my job, I don't. We say and call. Okay, I got you. A 20-foot tall Hope stomps to the city. I'm a bad cameraman, and I've been also used to watch. Stop, Alex. No, I'm gonna be the best. I'm gonna be the best PA out there. And then make it into the community show. I don't have that choice, Roxy. If I was, I would. Don't tell Roxy. But if I was, I would. No, I'm joking. I don't have that power. I'll do it anyways. Okay. I'm the club PA. If you're dancing in the club, tell me what instance. Make sure there's some shit going on so I can send a cam up to your instance. Yo, I just thought of a W way. I just thought of a great way that I'm gonna get W shots. I'm just gonna use my friends. If I need good photo opportunities at the club, I'm gonna text my friends to populate an instance and tell them to dance. Thank you guys so much. Guys, there's an ad hitting, I'm sorry. That's one of our magic tricks. And for my next magic trick, Roxy just needs to post on social media and then they're there. I love it, Roxy. I love it. Guys, I'm going to be, in my 2 days off, use your friends for content. Yes, so true. With an abbey of 3 kobolds that we ended up having like 50 and then we made a giant tower. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. I love it. All right, let me do my goodbyes. I love you. I'll text you, Sharksy. That's our raid message. I can't think of anything better. Monday, Tuesday, I'm off. I'm gonna be probably relaxing or making videos, or I'll try to make a video. I don't know. I got some shit to do in the background. Stay tuned for clips on social media. Otherwise, if you don't see me Monday or Tuesday. I'll see you guys Wednesday. We're back for Wednesday. I don't know what we're playing. I might play a little bit more of Tides of Tomorrow. I was kind of vibing with that game, but it depends. I haven't decided. See you later, Alex. I'm so hyped for this game. I'm so hyped for you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity and spending time here. I love you guys so much. Guys, the countdown's on. I love you. I'll always be your mom. Goodbyes.